Chapter 4105. Kai Zhongyang shrugged helplessly. After interacting with Lin Yi for the past few days, he felt that although the guy was young, he was reliable. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have become good friends. He really didn't expect things to turn out this way. It couldn't be helped. Since Lin didn't want to say it, Kai Zhongyang felt like he had to force himself to say it for him. This was better than being exposed and being discovered by the Sky Elder himself. With all the effort they'd put into helping the Sky Elder all these years, he believed that the Sky Elder would be disappointed at most and wouldn't pursue the matter too much. Kai Zhongyang knew that Zheng Tianchu was guarding outside the door, and so he secretly used his strength to create an artificial barrier. It was invisible and hard to detect, but if one paid close attention, they would realize that standing at the door, they wouldn't be able to hear the sound inside the room. It had been blocked. Of course, this was only effective against Zheng Tianchu. It wouldn't have any effect on higher-level masters. Immediately, Kai Zhongyang was ready to confess to the Sky Elder, but Lin Yi had already finished taking his pulse. He concluded with a surprised expression, "Sky Elder, your injuries? Not only are all the meridians in your body completely shattered, even the original meridians are starting to blur. This is really unprecedented, even gods can't heal you." Everyone froze at the same time. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang looked at each other, stunned. So this Lin Yi wasn't just putting on an act, he really did have some skills. Indeed, it was as Lin Yi said, the root cause of the Sky Elder's injuries was this, the shattered meridians. Different from Si Haixiao's broken meridians, even a miracle medicine like the meridian opening elixir wouldn't have any effect. This was the reason why Zhang Liju and the other disciples couldn't do anything about it. There was only one way to truly heal him, and that was to reconnect the broken meridians in his body bit by bit. This was an action that defied the laws of nature. Even Zhang Liju, who was known as the medical saint, didn't have such a terrifying ability. None of them had such a terrifying ability, and it was precisely because of this that the will of heaven's injuries had dragged on until now, leaving them helpless. After listening to Lin Yi's words, the will of heaven's heart sank. A trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes as he smiled bitterly. Even the gods can't cure it. This means that there's no cure at all. Tian Chan looked at Lin. At the same time, he couldn't help but pray and desire. She also knew that if this kind of thing could be cured, then it could be cured. If it couldn't be cured, then it couldn't be cured. However, the will of heaven was an elder who was related to her by blood. She really couldn't bear to see him so helpless and depressed. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not entirely true. Immortals are not omnipotent. There are things that immortals can't do. It's not necessarily impossible for us mortals." Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang couldn't help but look at each other. Their hearts that had just calmed down were instantly on tenterhooks for Lin Yi again. This was too big of a statement. How could he possibly have a way to deal with something that even his own master was helpless about? This little friend of his was really worrisome. The will of heaven's eyes lit up like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last life-saving straw. He stared at Lin Yi and asked, "Could it be that you have a way to cure my injuries?" After waiting helplessly and desperately for so long, he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi bragging. Lin Yi didn't even dare to boast, not even daring to give it a try. That'd be the end of all hope. Lin Yi smiled faintly. To be honest, with Elder Tian's injuries, anyone else wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. But a legend is a legend, after all. Elder Tian is so energetic right now, it can be said that he's protecting your last chance of recovery. I can't say that I can completely cure you, but I'm willing to try. Lin Yi, little friend, this concerns Elder Tian's life. This isn't a child's play. You have to think this through. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang quickly reminded him. Lin Yi's words were so convincing, but they still found it hard to believe. It wasn't because they looked down on Lin Yi, but because they cared for him. After all, even the holy Dr. Zhang Liju couldn't do anything, and a little kid like Lin Yi said that he could. That was too much of an exaggeration. However, the will of heaven interrupted the two. "It's fine, Alchemist Lin, go ahead and try. No matter what the result is, I believe it won't be worse than my current state. I will only be grateful and not blame you. All right then, let's start now. With that, Lin Yi grabbed his wrist and channeled the art of dragon mastery, starting the healing process. Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang were puzzled. What kind of healing method was this? Why did it look like he was checking the injury and not healing it? But seeing the solemn expression on Elder Tian's face, they didn't dare disturb himself. They could only watch worriedly from the sidelines. The only thing they could do now was to protect the two. Time passed bit by bit, and after a full 2 hours, Lin Yi slowly retracted his qi, the healing process finally coming to an end. Elder Tian, how do you feel? Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang quickly asked. After sensing the situation in his body, Tian Xing's face suddenly filled with extreme shock. He looked at his right arm in disbelief and paled in shock. The meridians in my arm have actually recovered? Really? When Hou and Guanqi heard this, they were instantly shocked. However, they didn't need him to answer before they knew that Tian Xing's words were absolutely true. Because they noticed to their shock that the spiritual energy in the room had actually started to surge towards Tian Xing's right arm. As a legendary figure in Najima, the will of heaven's strength was undeniable, and he could control the qi in the air with a single thought. This was a skill that ordinary people couldn't comprehend, but it was a piece of cake for him. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was the recovery of his meridians. Elderton, you've really recovered? Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yi as if they were looking at a monster. Treating the will of heaven was originally just an excuse, but they didn't think that it would turn out to be real. What was even more surprising was that the incurable disease that even their master Zhang Liju couldn't do anything about was actually cured by Lin Yi. The two couldn't help but think that this Lin Yi couldn't be some legendary figure in disguise, could he? Chapter 4106. Reconnect the meridians in my right arm? Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang were both stunned. Then, they heard the will of heaven say excitedly, Medicine Master Lin is truly a genius. Even if you only helped me reconnect the meridians in my right arm, it is already unimaginable. I cannot thank you enough, and I will remember it. You're too kind. This is the duty of a doctor. Lin Yi smiled faintly. In fact, if he really wanted to use his full strength, he could completely heal the other party. He just wanted to avoid shocking the world, so he was just testing his skills and healing a part of the other party's meridians. Even so, Lin Yi's image in everyone's eyes had suddenly become unfathomable. The will of heaven was extremely grateful. As for Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang, they did not dare to treat Lin Yi as an ordinary junior anymore. Looking at this scene, Tian Chan was sincerely happy for Lin Yi and the will of heaven. One was the man she entrusted her life to, the other was a senior who was related to her by blood. Other than the will of heaven, she was the most excited person in her heart. However, she did not dare to show it too much. My friend Lin Yi, how did you do it? Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang were impatient and could not help but ask curiously. They were all divine doctors, and it was impossible for them not to feel an itch in their hearts when it came to healing the broken meridians, which was a nearly heaven-defying method. Seniors, you don't have to be curious. The reason why I can do this is because my mental cultivation method is a little special. Lin Yi smiled and then made a request. However, I hope that everyone can keep this method of treatment a secret. If you tell others, just say that acupuncture and medicinal pills are the treatment. My friend Lin Yi, don't worry. This is the top secret of our pill hall. Even if you don't say it, we will pay attention to it. Moreover, we won't tell others and no one will dare to ask us about it. Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang guaranteed. That's good. Lin Yi nodded. This was related to the will of heaven, the former deputy master of Middle Island. Even if there was a slight leak, it would inevitably attract the attention of many big shots of Middle Island, even if one of them had ill intentions towards him. That would be a huge trouble. As the few of them were talking, Zheng Tianchu finally couldn't help but push open the door. Immediately after, he saw Tian Xing's right arm condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Cai Zhongyang removed the barrier without a trace and sneered at Zheng Tianchu. What do you think? Now, heaven has recovered an arm. Is this apothecary we invited a swindler? Ugh. Jing Tianchu was speechless for a long time. Even if his medical skills were not as good as those present, but he grew up in the pill hall. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, his eyesight was still far above ordinary people. To be able to cure the will of heaven, even if it was just an arm, was definitely an incredible thing. If he still insisted that the other party was a swindler, then not only him, even his grandfather Jing Dongjue, the deputy hall master of the pill hall, could not even compare to a swindler. He couldn't even compare to a swindler, so he could only go to the streets to beg. The truth was right in front of him. No matter how arrogant Jing Tianchu was, he did not dare to fart anymore. He could only force himself to ignore everyone and said to Tian Chan, "Sister-in-law, you have seen heaven. Elder Tian, you've already seen it. Hurry up and follow me." Tian Chan shook her head decisively. "No. Heaven has just recovered a little. Elder Sky has only just recovered a little. I have to stay behind to take care of him." Jing Tianchu still wanted to forcefully pull Tian Chan away. However, under the intense stares of Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang, especially at this moment, even the will of heaven was looking at him with hostility. This was a legendary figure who could be mentioned in the same breath as the pill god Zhang Liju. If he was at his peak, even his grandfather Jing Dongjue could only look up to him. The situation was stronger than the person. Jing Tianchu did not dare to act rashly again. He could only snort coldly and leave alone. After finally chasing this annoying dog skin plaster away, Hou Guanqi turned to Lin Yi and smiled. "The annoying guy is gone. Lin Yi, little friend, if you have anything to say, you can say it now." Lin Yi nodded and immediately walked over and reached out to hold Tian Chan. However, before he could speak, the will of heaven was shocked and his face changed. When he saw that both Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang did not look surprised, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Alchemist Lin, don't think that you can be like Jing Tianchu and tease the Tian clan just because you cured me." The will of heaven was furious. Even if he had just recovered his right arm, he could already control part of the spiritual energy around him. He immediately pressed down on Lin Yi with a monstrous force. "Huh!" Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. While resisting the coercion of the other party, his eyes turned back and forth between the will of heaven and Tian Chan. He said with incredible surprise, "Tian Chan, is this elder heaven from your family?" However, Tian Chan did not immediately explain to him. Instead, she looked at the will of heaven with surprise and joy and said happily, "Elder heaven, you finally recognize me?" The will of heaven sighed and looked at Tian Chan with a much gentler and kind gaze. He said, "I am not a cold-hearted person. You have been caring for me for so long. How could I not see it? Moreover, my ancestors did move here from the heavenly elixir sect in the secular world. It was just that I never told anyone else. The reason why I didn't recognize you before was because I was a useless person. There was no need to claim kinship with you. What's there to recognize a disgusting disabled person? But now, I have hope of recovery. Of course, I can recognize you." "That's great. Chan, I was afraid that you would never recognize me. I have wanted to hear these words even in my dreams. Now, my wish has finally come true." Tian Chan was both wronged and happy as she shed tears. "You silly child." The will of heaven was also touched. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. When he was at his lowest and most desperate, Tian Chan's concern was tantamount to sending charcoal in snowy weather. This was the true blood kinship that could not be cut off. The two finally recognized each other. However, Hou Guanqi and the others on the side were confused. Instead, Lin Yi heard some of the story from the will of heaven's words and asked, "Xiao Chan, is elder heaven of the same lineage as the Tian clan in the secular world?" Chapter 4107. Immediately, Tian Chan blushed and introduced to the will of heaven, "Don't be angry, Tian Chan and he were already..." Without finishing her words, the will of heaven naturally understood what Tian Chan meant, and he was stunned. "Ah? You actually have this kind of relationship with Tian Chan, and you came up from the secular world together?" Lin Yi was also surprised. "I didn't expect that Tian Chan is actually a relative of Tian Chan." After the misunderstanding was solved, the will of heaven immediately dispersed his aura. Looking at Lin Yi's young face, he sighed. It's really true that the new generation excels the old. Lin Yi, your medical skills are already so brilliant at such a young age. It's really incredible. If I'm not wrong, you can actually cure me completely, but out of caution, you held back just now, right? As soon as these words came out, Hou Guanqi and others were even more surprised. In their opinion, it was already very amazing that Lin Yi could cure the will of heaven's right arm, but he still held back? Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yi couldn't lie, so he had to nod awkwardly. If he had known that the will of heaven was Tian Chan's relative, he wouldn't have held back so deliberately. Seeing this, everyone was even more shocked. Even Tianxing himself felt that it was unbelievable. He was just testing the waters. In theory, if Lin Yi could help him heal the meridians in his right arm, then naturally, he could heal the meridians in other parts of his body. But theory was theory. To actually achieve it, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Without saying much, Lin immediately began to heal the will of heaven again. After all, he was already on the same side, so he didn't have to worry too much, and there was no need to hide so much. This time, Lin didn't hold back anymore. It lasted for a full 8 hours, and it was not until the sky was almost dark that he finally succeeded. Feeling the new meridians in his body, the will of heaven was so shocked that he could not move. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that he had instantly absorbed was transformed into genuine qi that flowed through his meridians. This kind of familiar feeling that he had not felt for a long time simply made him, a former legendary master, unable to extricate himself. Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang were shocked speechless. Even his master, Zhang Liju, didn't have this kind of heaven-defying ability. Seniors, could I trouble you to examine Elder Tian and see if there are any hidden dangers in his body? Linist. It wasn't that he was being humble, although it seemed like there was no problem anymore. However, with Elder Celestial's previous level of strength, there might still be some undetectable side effects. Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang were both medical masters with great experience, so they were suitable to help with the follow-up examination. Okay, Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang nodded. They were curious, and this kind of thing was something they couldn't refuse. While the two were giving the will of heaven a full examination, Lin Yi stood on the side and chatted with Tian Chan. He carefully learned about everything that had happened to Tian Chan recently. The result made Lin Yi both happy and annoyed. The happy thing was, although Tian Chan was forced into a ghost marriage, she didn't suffer any actual harm. Instead, she had an extra layer of protection. What annoyed him was that Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianchu were simply looking for death. Especially Zheng Tianchu. This scum was obviously trying to get his hands on Tian Chan, and this was intolerable. He had to find a chance in the future to nip this threat in the bud. While they were talking, Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang had finished the examination of the will of heaven, and they exclaimed, "My friend Lin Yi, your medical skills are really amazing. The meridians in Elder Celestial's body are no different from those of ordinary people. It's just that he was injured for a long time, and his body is still not used to it. As long as he has a good rest for a while, he should be able to recover." "That's good. I was afraid that there would be some side effects." Lin Yi nodded and smiled. Hou Guanqi looked up at the sky outside, and said to the will of heaven and Lin Yi, "Elder Celestial, it's getting late. Junior brother Kai and I have to go back to discuss the auction in Zhongdao, so we won't stay here for long. We'll see you tomorrow." "Chan? Oh, we'll go back first. Elder Celestial, have a good rest." Tian Chan also said. After all, she was the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family, so she couldn't spend the night outside. "Okay, then I won't see you out." The will of heaven nodded, and then turned to Lin Yi and said, "Anyway, I live alone. How about you stay here for one night, Lin Yi, and chat with me?" Lin Yi was stunned. Since Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang still had business to discuss and didn't have time to arrange for him, he might as well stay here for one night. He immediately agreed and said, "Okay, then I'll bother you." Tian Xing laughed and said, "You are my great benefactor who has given me a new lease of life. To be willing to accompany an old man like me for a while is something I can't even beg for. What's there to be bothered about?" Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Lin Yi sent them out on behalf of the will of heaven. Before leaving, Tian-chan reluctantly hugged Lin in his arms for a long time, and then they separated, saying that they would meet again the next morning. Back in the room, Lin Yi and the Will of Heaven sat opposite each other and chatted like old friends. Although the Will of Heaven had just recovered from his serious injury, he was in a good mood and was in the mood to talk. After so many years of illness, he was suddenly cured, and it was the time to share the joy. Elder Celestial, please forgive me for being curious, but how did you get this injury? It's really rare to see your meridians damaged to this extent. Linith. Hearing this, the Will of Heaven sighed and said, "You must have heard about the creation battle art. My meridians were damaged because I cultivated this creation battle art." Creation battle art. Lin Yi was shocked when he heard this. Listening to the Will of Heaven's words, could it be that the rumor was true, that cultivating the creation battle art would really make one useless? One should know that what he was cultivating now was the creation battle art. It was just that he had modified it with the art of dragon mastery as the basis. Yes, the creation battle art is a cultivation method passed down from ancient times, but for most people, it's a set of useless cultivation methods that can't be cultivated at all. No one will take it seriously, and no one will cultivate this creation battle art that has become a laughing stock. Except for people like me who come from a tribe of cultivators, there's no other choice. The Will of Heaven's face had a look of reminiscence and regret as he spoke. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this legendary figure. The Will of Heaven was actually a grassroots cultivator. Chapter 4108. His words were flat, but Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. There were very few people who could do this even though they knew it was impossible. It could only be said that there was a reason why Tianxing was able to become a legend of his generation. Gradually, I found that although the progress of the creation battle art was slow, my strength was extremely strong. I was invincible at the same level and could even kill opponents at a higher level. When I broke through to the nascent soul stage, I was recognized as the strongest nascent soul stage master on Heavenly Island. Because I had the strength to kill opponents at a higher level, I finally became the Vice Island Master of Middle Island. For a time I was very famous. The Will of Heaven narrated without joy or sorrow. Since the creation battle art is so powerful, then, Elder Heaven, how did you end up like this? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. The Will of Heaven shook his head. Although I had become the strongest nascent soul stage master at that time, there was still a higher stage above the nascent soul stage. Of course, I was not willing to stop like this. However, when I was ready to break through to the nascent soul stage, I found that I couldn't cultivate anymore. At the nascent soul stage, besides me, no one else practiced the creation battle art, so there was no precedent to follow. I could only rely on my own strength to break through, but in the process of breaking through, my meridians were all broken. After listening to this, Lin Yi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He was also practicing the creation battle art, and it was the same experience as the Will of Heaven. He could kill opponents at a higher level, easily and happily. According to what the Will of Heaven said, when he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would also end up like this? Although he was still far from the nascent soul stage, let alone breaking through, if he continued to develop like this. It was only a matter of time. After not hearing Lin Yi's response for a long time, the Will of Heaven suddenly saw his frightened expression dripping with cold sweat. He couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? That's not it. It's just that after listening to Elder Heaven's words, I felt something in my heart. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Feeling something? The Will of Heaven was stunned. Suddenly, his body shuddered and he turned pale with fright. Don't tell me you also cultivate a creation battle art? To tell you the truth, that is indeed the case. Lin Yi nodded frankly and didn't hide anything, even though it was the first time he came into contact with the Will of Heaven. But with the relationship of Tian-chan in front of him, he could be considered half one of them. What's more, he didn't have much confidence right now. He needed to learn more about the creation battle art from the Will of Heaven so that he wouldn't follow in his footsteps. After all, even if the Will of Heaven's meridians were shattered, he could still save him. However, if something were to happen to him, he could only sit there and wait for death. The will of heaven gasped and quickly said, "Then please stop. We are all cultivating in the wrong way." Wrong? Lin Yi was stunned. After listening to the words just now, he only felt that this cultivation method was risky, but it shouldn't be completely wrong. Otherwise, whether it was the will of heaven or himself, they were all invincible at the same level. They were all invincible existences of the same level and could even kill those of a higher level. How was this possible? The will of heaven carefully looked at Lin Yi from head to toe again before he slowly said, "Let me ask you first. What is the heavenly Tao? Isn't it the pursuit of a higher realm? Above the heaven stage is the foundation establishment, after the foundation establishment is the gold core, and even the higher realm after that is the heavenly Tao." Lin Yi answered without hesitation. The will of heaven shook his head and said, "No, the real heavenly Tao is cultivation. Go against the heaven and finally achieve the great Tao. This is the real heavenly Tao." Yes, isn't this what we have been cultivating in pursuit of? Lin Yi asked curiously. When he first came to Heaven Stage Island, he had heard people mention the word cultivation. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought it was just a new way of saying it after reaching the new realm of foundation establishment. No. What we are cultivating now is not the heavenly Tao. At best, it can only be called a pseudo-heavenly Tao. Its essence is to replace the heavenly Tao with martial arts. Although there are also foundation establishment, gold core, nascent soul, and other realms, they are not real cultivation. They can only be regarded as martial arts cultivation, a way to replace the heavenly Tao. The will of heaven shook his head repeatedly. Martial arts cultivation? Heavenly Tao cultivation? What does that mean? Lin Yi couldn't help but be confused. In the past, he had to rely on himself to figure it out. This was the first time he heard someone talk about these things seriously. Don't you understand? In order to let more people set foot on the heavenly Tao as early as the ancient times, there were great predecessors of Heaven Stage Island who changed the heavenly Tao cultivation method into a lower threshold of martial arts cultivation. Although martial arts cultivation can obtain a stronger body and better skills, in the end, it is still a pseudo-heavenly Tao. The strength of martial arts cultivators will be very strong in the early stage, but later on, they will be much weaker than the real cultivators, and there is a huge essential difference between them. The will of heaven patiently explained. Elder Heaven, what is the essential difference that you are referring to? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. It's very simple. Martial arts cultivation, the final strength obtained is martial arts, while heavenly Tao cultivation, the final strength obtained is divine sense. The will of heaven had a fascinated look on his face. So that's how it is. It was only then that Lin Yi finally understood. His brain felt as if it was filled with wisdom. Tianxing's guidance made his originally blurry understanding clear immediately. However, Lin Yi was still a little puzzled. Even if there was a difference between martial arts cultivation and heavenly Tao cultivation, almost everyone walked the path of martial arts cultivation, but he had never heard of anyone who was a real cultivator. In other words, the real heavenly Tao cultivation almost didn't exist anymore. The will of heaven's sudden mention of this was a little inexplicable. Tianxing saw through Lin Yi's confusion and said solemnly, "I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that the art of creation is a true practitioner's art. This is a legend passed down from the ancient times. It's not wrong, and it's not lying to us. It's just that not many people can practice it, and even if they do, they'll end up like me, practicing it wrong." Cultivating in the wrong direction? Lin Yi was stunned again, but combined with the words just now, he could roughly understand something. Elder Heaven, do you mean that this is supposed to be a heavenly Tao cultivation art, but in the end, you used it as a martial arts cultivation art? Chapter 4109. Lin Yi could understand this. Anyone would be able to understand the meaning of these words. However, it was useless. Only by truly comprehending this point would one be able to defy the heavens and become a saint. Although I can still cultivate in my current state, and I'm far more powerful than ordinary people, every breakthrough is very dangerous. If I'm not careful, my meridians will break. Especially when I broke through to the nascent soul stage last time, my meridians were all broken. The will of heaven said with lingering fear. Lin Yi was stunned. He had also cultivated the creation battle art, but he had never encountered this problem. Could it be because of the art of dragon mastery? This creation battle art originally had a flaw, but the art of dragon mastery was an all-purpose mantra. Therefore, when the two were combined and he modified it, the original flaw disappeared. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible, but judging from Tianxing's words, Lin Yi understood that this was probably a method that had no other way. The true way to train in the art of creation wasn't like what he was doing now. The art of dragon mastery only allowed him to train it, and to a certain extent, it acted as a substitute. That was all. However, after understanding this, Lin Yi wasn't too worried, nor was he in a hurry to figure out the true cultivation method of the art of dragon mastery. After all, no matter how good the art of dragon mastery was, it was still an additional cultivation method. The art of dragon mastery was Lin Yi's true foundation. Since he could cultivate it now, he could just take it one step at a time. Why bother worrying so much? As for Tianxing, Lin Yi didn't plan on giving him the arts he'd modified with the art of dragon mastery. After all, they'd only met for a day, and even with Tianchan, even so, it wasn't to the point where they could exchange their lives for each other's. Let's wait and see for now. Lin Yi, when you broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm from Heaven Rank Great Circle, did you encounter any danger like I did? The Will of Heaven asked with concern. Lin Yi shook his head. That's not true. At that time, it felt quite smooth. It wasn't as dangerous as the meridians you mentioned just now. That's strange. Back then I was in grave danger. The Will of Heaven looked at Lin Yi in surprise, and then said thoughtfully, but even if it's the same mental cultivation method, it varies from person to person. Or maybe it's because the level of Heaven Stage Great Perfection is too low. When you break through from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm, you may feel a certain amount of pain. Maybe. Lin Yi responded noncommittally. The creation battle art that he cultivated and the original version of the Will of Heaven were two different things. The experience of the Will of Heaven might not happen to him. What would happen would only be known when the time came. The pain is not the most important thing. You can grit your teeth and endure it. The biggest problem is that it's very likely to be like me. Every time I break through, my meridians can't bear the huge impact of true qi and explode. That's really fatal. You must take it as a warning. Be mentally prepared in advance. The Will of Heaven warned. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. Seeing him like this, the Will of Heaven knew that he couldn't persuade him. He didn't continue to persuade him. For cultivators, strength was more important than life. Even if they knew that it was dangerous to continue to cultivate, very few people would stop halfway. Back then, Tianxing himself was like this. Even when others advised him not to practice. When others advised him not to practice, he insisted on practicing. Although his strength had not fully recovered, at least there was hope. Now that there was hope, his first thought was to cultivate. Even he, who had encountered such a big setback, was like this, let alone Lin. Since he couldn't persuade Lin Yi, the Will of Heaven simply told Lin Yi about his cultivation experience over the years, bit by bit. He tried to let Lin Yi have a reference in the future cultivation process so that even if he encountered danger, he could be prepared. Cultivation experience, especially the cultivation experience of a legendary master like the Will of Heaven, was a real priceless treasure no matter where it was. It was a good thing that couldn't be bought with spirit jades. The Will of Heaven was so generous to share it with Lin. It was also a disguised form of repayment. After all, Lin Yi was a great benefactor who was like a second parent to him. Of course, the relationship between Lin Yi and Tianchan was also an important reason. Otherwise, the Will of Heaven would at most do something for Lin Yi in return, and it was impossible for him to teach so wholeheartedly. The two talked through the night until the sky was bright. They didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they talked even more excitedly. The Will of Heaven looked at the sky outside and suggested to Lin, accompany me out for a walk. How about we continue to talk while walking? Speaking of which, I haven't walked out of this room for many years. I don't know if there are any changes outside now. Lin Yi smiled. I wouldn't dare disobey. The two immediately went out side by side and walked in the courtyard of the pill hall. They talked and laughed and were full of interest. It immediately attracted the attention of many pill hall disciples. The Will of Heaven was a genuine legendary figure. It was impossible to see him normally. Moreover, they always knew that this person had become a useless person. They didn't expect him to actually go out and walk today. It seemed that he had completely recovered. The news that the former deputy island master of Middle Island, the legendary figure the Will of Heaven, had recovered spread like wildfire. Almost in a short period of time, it spread throughout the pill hall. Very soon, Lin Yi and Lin Yi saw Tian Chan, who rushed over after hearing the news. However, when they saw Jing Tianchu, who appeared behind Tian Chan, their expressions suddenly turned cold. This haunting asshole. Jing Tianchu looked at the Will of Heaven, who seemed to have been reborn, and couldn't help but say in disbelief, "You, Elder Heaven, you have recovered?" At the same time he asked this, there was a sudden commotion around. The person who came this time was actually the person with the highest authority in the pill hall, the deputy hall master of the pill hall, Zheng Dongjue. The Will of Heaven glanced at Zheng Tianchu and deliberately raised his voice. He said to everyone around him, "Tian Chan is my Tian family's sister in the secular world. In the future, she will be the Will of Heaven's relative. Those who have ill intentions towards her, pay attention. Otherwise, if you really provoke my sister, I will definitely not be polite. I believe you have heard of my decisive deeds. Behave yourselves." Chapter 41:10. Tian Chan was surprised and happy at the moment. Although the Will of Heaven had acknowledged her yesterday, there was no clear relationship. But now, the Will of Heaven was her brother, a super backer that no one dared to belittle. Among the crowd, only Jing Tianchu's face was ashen. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Of course, he knew that the Will of Heaven's words were directed at him. This old man had just recovered from his injury and his strength was far from his peak. But with his genius cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he recovered his strength. In the face of the Will of Heaven at his peak, not to mention Jing Tianchu, even his grandfather Jing Dongjue would have to give way to him. Originally, with the gradual consolidation of his position as a young master, Jing Tianchu felt that it was a piece of cake to get his hands on Tian Chan, his beautiful sister-in-law. In the end, he didn't expect that the Will of Heaven's words would directly seal all hope. This old fart. But even so, Jing Tianchu didn't dare to bear a grudge against the Will of Heaven. It was useless even if he bore a grudge. If he really provoked the Will of Heaven, the Will of Heaven could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. The only person he could bear a grudge against was Lin Yi, who cured the Will of Heaven. Noticing Jing Tianchu's resentful and cold eyes, Lin Yi smiled faintly. For him now, as long as Jing Tianchu didn't use any insidious means against Tian Chan, there was no substantial threat. His strength was far inferior to his dead cousin Jing Tianjia. How could this kind of trash fight with him? On the other side, Zheng Dongjue, who had just arrived, looked at his grandson with a deep meaning. Recently, Jing Tianchu had been pestering Tian Chan. He had heard about it, but he didn't intend to stop it. Anyway, he let Tian Chan and Jing Tianjia have a ghost marriage. The purpose was just to take revenge on Tian Chan. Now, even if he let another grandson take advantage of it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, in the past, it was just a matter of a few words. Now that the Will of Heaven had publicly announced that he would support Tian Chan, Zheng Dongjue couldn't act rashly for the time being. After all, the legend of the Will of Heaven was still there. No matter what, Zheng Dongjue had to weigh his options carefully. At the very least, he couldn't afford to fall out with a legendary figure like the Will of Heaven before he had a clear understanding of the Will of Heaven's strength. Thinking of this, Zheng Dongjue immediately congratulated him with a face full of joy. "Old Heaven, you've recovered from your injuries, just like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the forest. It's just a matter of time before you regain your former glory. Congratulations." The Will of Heaven smiled and said, "You flatter me, Vice Hall Master Zheng. Glory or not, it's all in the past. For me, everything is starting from the beginning." At this time, Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang came from afar. Zheng Dongjue saw them and said, "Little Ho, Celestial Elder's recovery is such a joyous occasion. Why don't you think of a way to tell Hall Master Zhang?" These words were meant to test the waters. Zheng Dongjue had never been willing to be under anyone, but to ask him to go against Zhang Liju. He didn't even have the guts to do so, let alone the ability. The only chance he had was that Zhang Liju wasn't around all year round. But even so, he only dared to do some small things, afraid that Hou Guanqi's disciples had some secret way of contacting Zhang Liju. Otherwise, if Zhang Liju caught him in the act, he'd be done for. Hou Guanqi didn't say anything. He replied without missing a beat, "Vice Hall Master Zheng, my Sifu is very secretive. It's not easy to find him, but I'll try my best to send a message. When he receives it, he'll come back naturally." Zheng Dongjue nodded and looked at Lin. "This must be Alchemist Lin, right? Since you've healed our Celestial Elder's injury, you're the savior of the Hall of Elixir. If you have any requests, we'll definitely do it." These words were very passionate, but Lin Yi could hear the perfunctory tone in it. He smiled faintly. "If there's a need in the future, I won't hesitate to help. But I'm still a freelancer right now, and following Master Kai is already a rare opportunity for me to learn and train." "Is that so? To be able to cure a terminal illness like Celestial Elders, that would be an earth-shattering news. Alchemist Lin, aren't you being too humble?" Zheng Dongjue blinked his eyes and pretended to praise him. "I wouldn't dare, I'm just speaking the truth. I sincerely want to learn from Master Kai," Lin Yi said faintly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Dongjue sized up Lin Yi once more. This guy looked very normal, and he was ridiculously young. From his tone, he didn't sound like a powerful alchemist at all. From what Zheng Dongjue could see, this Lin Yi just happened to have a special prescription for the will of heaven, and that's why he was able to cure it. If his medical skills were as good as Zhang Liju's, he would have been famous on the 5 Islands long ago. Why would he need to learn from Kai Zhongyang? He clearly wasn't some powerful character. After coming to this conclusion, Zheng Dongjue didn't care about Lin Yi anymore. He didn't care about this country bumpkin that popped out of nowhere. He said faintly, "If that's the case, Kai, please help me take care of this alchemist Lin. Take him to eat something to express your gratitude. I still have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you guys. The rest of you, don't you have to work?" With that, Zheng Dongjue put his hands behind his back like a master and left with Zheng Tianchu. The rest of the disciples from the Hall of Elixir also left. This old bastard really knew how to act. Lin Yi and the Will of Heaven looked at each other, their eyes filled with mockery and mockery. After coming to Heaven Class Island for so long, Lin Yi had seen quite a few big shots. Whether it was Shanghai Tianhua in the north, or the Will of Heaven in front of him, their auras were all naturally admirable. Only this Vice Hall Master Zhang's aura was fake, and no matter where he went, he always looked like Kong Ming Ming. It really made people speechless. Since this master has spoken, Elder Heaven, young friend, why don't we go out for a meal? Hou Guanqi teased with a smile. That's all right, I wanted to go out for a breather too. Let's go find a place outside. The Will of Heaven nodded with a smile. Then let's go to 5 Elements Commerce. There won't be too many people there, and we can talk without worry. Kai Zhongyang suggested. Chapter 41:11. Of course, Lin Yi and the others had no objection to this. They immediately prepared the car and went out together. On the other side, after Zheng Dongjue took Zheng Tianchu to a secluded place, he suddenly stopped and said in a dignified tone, "Chu, are you interested in Tian Chan?" Zheng Tianchu was shocked and his face instantly turned pale. Coveting his brother's sister-in-law was a serious crime. He quickly begged for mercy. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. I won't dare to do it again." "Don't dare? Why not?" "Since I chose you as my heir, everything will be yours in the future. She's just a woman. What's there to be afraid of?" Zheng Dongjue changed his tone. "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Zheng Tianchu was stunned. "Don't you understand? You are my grandson. Whether you have feelings for Tian Chan or not, I won't stop you." Zheng Dongjue patted him on the shoulder. Zheng Tianchu was overjoyed. He didn't expect Zheng Dongjue to have such an attitude. But after thinking about it carefully, in the cultivation world, strength was king. He was a big shot who would inherit the Zheng family in the future. It seemed that it was not a big deal to covet Tian-chan. However, don't provoke her in the near future. The will of heaven was a troublesome existence in Zhongdao. You can't act rashly until you know whether his strength has fully recovered. As for the matter of Tian-chan, I will find a way to fulfill your wish. Do you understand? Zheng Dongjue reminded him. Yes, I understand. I will listen to Grandpa's orders in the future. Zheng Tianchu nodded repeatedly and was overjoyed. In a quiet private room in 5 Elements Commerce, Lin Yi and others sat at a table. Because there were no outsiders, Lin Yi could sit with Tian-chan without worry. On the other side of him sat the will of heaven. Opposite them were Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang. Lin Yi originally wanted to call Sydney over, but when he walked to the door, he found that Sydney was cultivating in seclusion, so he didn't want to disturb her. Anyway, these people were all here, so it was the same to introduce them later. When the dishes were ready, the will of heaven toasted Lin Yi first and said happily, "Brother Lin Yi, since you and my sister Tian-chan are Dao companions, then I will call you brother." Lin Yi was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Elder Heaven, you're my senior, I'm not worthy. If I say you deserve it, then you deserve it." The will of heaven waved his hand and said, "You cured my terminal illness, and your kindness is like giving me a new life. Without you, I would still be a useless person. So, I'm your big brother now because of Tian-chan." When Lin Yi heard this, he could only smile and nodded. He didn't say anything more. After all, in the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. Age was never important, strength and ability were the key. At this time, Kai Zhongyang also raised his glass and toasted Lin. He pretended to complain and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, young hero Lin, you're really not kind at all. You have such brilliant medical skills, but you didn't tell us at all. You made us worry for nothing." "That's right, little friend Lin Yi, you really lied to us." Hou Guanqi also smiled and echoed. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile and said, "I already have medical skills. I already knew it when I was in the secular world. It's just that I didn't see Big Brother Heaven's injury before, so I didn't have the confidence. I only dared to try after seeing it. I didn't mean to hide it from the two of you." "Didn't you know that Brother Lin Yi's medical skills were profound? Then why did you find him to treat my injury?" The will of heaven was shocked. Kai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi looked at each other and explained, "Elder Heaven, actually, young hero Lin's purpose of going to the pill hall this time was to see Tian-chan. As for asking the medicine master to treat your injury, it was actually just an excuse. In the end, we didn't expect him to actually treat your injury." The will of heaven instantly laughed and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "This is fate. Come, for fate let's cheers." They were all on the same side, so they gathered together to drink and chat. Naturally, they were in high spirits and happy. However, when they were about to finish eating, Lin Yi was a little worried and said, "That Zheng Tianchu is plotting against Xiaochan. I'm a little worried about letting Xiaochan stay in the pill hall like this." "It's okay. I'm here. Tian-chan is my sister. No matter how bold that kid is, he won't dare to do anything." The will of heaven immediately patted his chest and said, "It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. This guy is a sinister villain. With Big Brother Heaven here, he naturally won't dare to do anything, but I'm afraid that he will play some tricks." Lin Yi listened and shook his head. "That's right. Zheng Tianchu is a very wretched person. Before Zheng Tianjia died, he didn't dare to be too arrogant, but he often did some wretched things. Now that he has Zheng Dongjue's support, we still have to be careful." Hou Guanqi nodded in agreement. With that said, the will of heaven was in a difficult position. Although he could take care of Tian-chan, he couldn't watch her every moment. After all, his injuries had just healed, and he needed time to recover his strength. He couldn't keep showing his face outside. "With your face, Big Brother Heaven, can you bring Xiaochan out to establish her own sect? At least, can you let her not stay in the pill hall?" Lin Yi suddenly asked. Now that Zhang Liju wasn't here, Zheng Dongjue could do whatever he wanted in the pill hall. Even with the will of heaven's words to protect Tian-chan, The will of heaven wasn't a member of the pill hall. If Zheng Dongjue really wanted to do something, an outsider like him might not be able to do anything. The best way was naturally to let Tian Chan leave the pill hall as soon as possible. As long as she could establish her own sect, Zheng Dongjue wouldn't be able to do anything. If something really happened, the will of heaven could intervene without any hesitation. It shouldn't be a problem. Since Tian Chan is my sister, I'll bring her out. Even that old man Zheng Dongjue wouldn't dare say anything. Linny bro, just wait for my good news. The will of heaven thought about it and said. The will of heaven was a decisive man. After making up his mind, he brought Tian Chan back to the pill hall. After all, he was making the decision for Tian Chan. Even if the will of heaven came forward, Tian Chan herself would still have to go back and express her stance. This big brother of his was quite confident. Linny sighed. If it was someone else, they would have to be mentally prepared and hesitate before dealing with Zheng Dongjue, the vice head of the pill hall. Chapter 41:12. The will of heaven left with Tian Chan, while Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang continued to go out to prepare for the auction in Zhongdao. Only Lin Yi turned around and went back to his room. Sensing Lin Yi's return, Sydney immediately stopped her cultivation and hurriedly greeted him. She asked with concern, "How is Tian Chan?" "Sydney, don't worry. Everything is going well." Lin Yi immediately smiled and told her what happened in the past 2 days. After listening to Tian Chan, Xueli was not jealous at all. Instead, she sincerely thought for Tian Chan and said, it would be great if Tian Chan could really move out of the alchemy department. With Zheng Dongjue suppressing her from above and Zheng Tianchu pestering her from below, the alchemy department has become a troublesome place for her. If she continues to stay there, she will get into trouble sooner or later. Yes, that's why I asked Brother Tian to talk about this. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He looked up and down at Sydney and suddenly had an idea. If Tian Chan could really come out and start her own business, it would be a good choice to let her be with Sydney. After all, according to the previous consideration, it was actually a very troublesome thing to bring Sydney back to the North Island. Judging from Sydney's performance, she did not reject Tian Chan. The two women should be able to get along well. However, this was just a sudden idea. It was not mature yet, and he did not know how to operate it. Moreover, it was still unknown whether Tian Chan could successfully escape. At this stage, this idea could only be thought in his mind. Lin Yi did not say it out loud. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that the will of heaven was extremely efficient. He had just talked to Sydney, and the sky was not even dark, and the will of heaven had already returned with Tian Chan. When the door opened, Tian Chan and Sydney happened to meet each other, and they suddenly sighed with emotion. Before this, the two of them were transmitted from the secular world to Zhongdao. Although they knew each other, they were not too familiar with each other, and there was no obvious intersection. But now, the two of them were together because of Lin Yi. When they met again, they had a kind of intimate feeling like sisters reuniting. Not to mention the experience of the two women in the secular world, after coming to Heaven Stage Island, it could be said to be full of ups and downs. One was forced in Alchemy Hall. The other was bullied and humiliated in Snow Sword Sect, and they were both in the same predicament. Because of their relationship with Lin Yi, the two women held hands and talked about their experiences on Heaven Stage Island together. They had a common language, and they quickly became closer to each other. In a short while, the two women already called each other sisters, and chatted happily. Brother Lin Yi, you are really lucky. You enjoy the happiness of having two wives. Others are envious. The will of heaven looked at this scene and joked. Although he was Tian Chan's elder brother, Heaven Stage Island was not like the secular world. As long as one was strong, it was normal for him to have lovers all over the world. He would not be dissatisfied because Lin Yi had other women. On the contrary, in the opinion of him and Hou Guanqi, for a genius like Lin Yi, if he only had Tian Chan as his cultivation partner, it would be strange. That would be really strange. Whether it was Tian Chan or Sydney, they were both great beauties with unparalleled beauty. Lin Yi was able to make them give their hearts to him. This luck was indeed enviable. Even the will of heaven, a cultivation maniac who wholeheartedly pursued the heavenly law, could not help but sigh. What he did not know was that none of Lin Yi's other lovers were any less beautiful than the two women. When all the women were together in the future, they would be the true winners in life. It is indeed my luck to be able to meet them in this life. Lin Yi looked at this gratifying scene and nodded emotionally. He did not expect that the relationship between the two women would be so harmonious. However, he could guess that the two women were so close to each other. Although it was because of their congenial personalities, there was another reason, and that was because they cared about his feelings. After all, from Lin Yi's point of view, if the two women still quarreled with each other in the current situation, it would be a headache for him. Hee, but brother Lin Yi, I still have to spoil the mood by saying this. Although it is enviable to have multiple lovers, you should not only envy the lovebirds but not the fairies. Don't slack off in your cultivation. The will of heaven warned. The land of beauties was the grave of heroes. Throughout the ages, there were countless geniuses who had outstanding talents, but they wasted their time in the land of beauties and finally became ordinary. The will of heaven sincerely regarded Lin Yi as one of his own. He did not want to see such a tragedy happen to Lin Yi. Brother Heaven, don't worry. I am very clear that strength is king. If I am not strong enough, no matter how many beauties I have, I can't protect them. Therefore, for me, they are not obstacles on the path of cultivation. Instead, they are the motivation for me to continue to improve. Lin Yi said with a smile. Indeed. Femme fatale is not a lie. Although their unparalleled beauty is your fortune, they are just like that Jing Tianchu, always attracting all sorts of trouble. Only with great power can you truly protect them. Tianxing nodded. That's right. You're right. You're right. By the way, Brother Heaven, why are you so fast? Have you settled Jing Dongjue's side? Lin Yi turned to ask. Of course. Jing Dongjue won't dare to say no. The will of heaven laughed out loud. Tianxing laughed heartily. I've already seen through him. That guy is a classic example of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If I had lowered my voice and discussed things with him, he might have taken advantage of me. But this time, when I went over and told him that Tian-chan is my sister and I'm going to take her out to start her own family, what do you think he did? What did he do? Lin Yi asked curiously. That old man was frightened by me on the spot. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, since this is your family's matter, I will naturally leave it up to you to decide. Just thinking about that ugly, bitter face of his is hilarious. Tianxing laughed loudly. That Deputy Hall Chief Zheng, maybe he is temporarily not clear about your strength. He doesn't dare to openly offend you, the legendary Deputy Island Master of Middle Island. He is full of tricks, but he doesn't have the courage to openly offend you, so he can only give in. Lin Yi also smiled. Chapter 41:13. Zheng Dongjue, this old man, has already lost his drive to improve. He can only stop here. There's no possibility for him to improve further. Even if I haven't recovered my strength, I don't need to care about trash like him. The will of heaven curled his lips and looked at him disdainfully. As he spoke, he still couldn't hide his arrogance and overbearingness from when he was dominating Heaven Stage Island. But this kind of person can't do anything right. Even if he can't become a big problem, he's still a threat. Brother Tian, it's better for you to pay attention. Lin Yi reminded. Brother Lin Yi, don't worry. I know this. The will of heaven smiled indifferently. He turned to look at the two girls who were chatting intimately and asked, speaking of which, what do you plan to do with the two of them? Are you going to stay in 5 Elements Commerce forever? 5 Elements Commerce had Kai Zhongyang's protection. It wasn't impossible to continue staying here. However, the will of heaven could tell that living under someone else's roof wasn't Lin Yi's style. Moreover, 5 Elements Commerce was still a part of Pill Hall. If that was the case, it would go against the original intention of letting Tian-chan establish her own sect. I'm also considering this. Brother Tian, do you have any good suggestions? Linist. If you want to stay in Middle Island with them, there are only 2 choices. One is to join a sect, and the other is to establish your own sect. However, you don't even consider Pill Hall. I don't think you have any intention of joining a sect, right? The will of heaven asked. Of course. Tian-chan and Sydney were bullied and oppressed in their own sect. If they join another sect, it's hard to guarantee that it won't happen again. So, I can only choose the latter. Lin Yi nodded. If that's the case, Brother Lin, you can consider starting a small business. Although it's hard for an ordinary person to establish a foothold in Middle Island, you have us as your backing. It's not like you don't have any background. If it's just a small business, it shouldn't be a problem to establish a foothold. The will of heaven suggested. That's fine. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This way, not only would he be able to settle down the two girls, he would also be able to earn some spirit jades, killing two birds with one stone. Then he rubbed his chin and pondered, but what kind of business should I start? The two most popular products on the Heaven Stage Island are elixirs and heavenly treasures. The latter is highly dependent on the source of goods, so it won't be easy to get on the right track in a short period of time. However, elixirs are definitely in short supply, and it just so happens that Tian-chan is an alchemist. If you need it, you can also purchase from Little Kai. I think it will be a good way to go. The will of heaven analyzed for him. The reason why the Middle Island Alchemy Hall could have such a high position today, and why the Five Elements Commerce could sit firmly on the throne of the Commerce Alliance's #1, in the end, it was all because of the great influence of pills. In the 5 great islands of the heaven rank, this was a hard currency that was even more reliable than spiritual jades. No matter who it was, no one would complain about having too many medicinal pills, especially high-quality medicinal pills. If that's the case, we can really open a shop that specializes in selling medicinal pills. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. If they really opened a shop, in fact, there was no need to look for Kai Zhongyang to purchase goods. Not only was Tian-chan an alchemist, he himself was also an alchemist, and in terms of quality, he was absolutely superb. At that time, he would let Tian-chan refine some common medicinal pills, and Lin Yi himself would specialize in refining some superb medicinal pills, which should be enough to meet the needs of the shop. Tian-chan and Sydney, who were on the side, heard Lin Yi and the will of heaven's words, came over and nodded in agreement. Okay, let's open an elixir shop together. This is a good idea. Since both of you agree, then it's decided. Lin Yi was not a sloppy person. Seeing the situation, he made a decision immediately, and then said, but if we want to open an elixir shop, the first thing we need to solve is the problem of the shop. The quality of the location of the shop often directly determined the popularity of the business. However, in this Middle Island, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for ordinary people to get a shop in a good location. If one did not have a strong background and backing, it was purely wishful thinking. The shop is not a problem. I'll look for an old friend of mine for help. This is just a matter of a word. Brother Lin Yi, you just need to look for a good location first. The will of heaven patted his chest. He was the dignified deputy island master of the Middle Island. Even if he had been injured for so many years, his influence was still there, not to mention that his injuries had now healed. At this time, both Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang came back from work. After hearing Lin Yi's plan to open an elixir shop, both of them expressed their approval. Young hero Lin, actually, you don't need to look for a location, I just happen to have a ready-made shop on hand, Kai Zhongyang suddenly said after listening. A ready-made shop? Lin Yi and the others were stunned, and said doubtfully, Senior Kai, you don't want me to open it here at 5 Elements Commerce, do you? How is that possible? With the influence of 5 Elements Commerce, it will be difficult for young hero Lin to attract any customers even if it is just on the street, not to mention here. Kai Zhongyang shook his head and laughed. 5 Elements Commerce had the backing of Middle Island Elixir Hall, and it was indisputably the #1 chamber of commerce just by relying on the elixir business. If Lin Yi really opened the elixir shop next to it, he was afraid that there would be no customers at all. Where is it then? Linist. That shop is not too far from here, it is only 4 streets away. Although the location isn't very prosperous, it is still quite good. Kai Zhongyang explained, it was originally a weapon shop, but because of poor management, the owner can no longer make money. I have met him a few times, so I originally wanted to buy it and open a small medical shop, but I have been busy preparing for the auction recently, so I haven't had the time to care about it. Now I can ask him to transfer it to you. Isn't this stealing someone's beauty? Lin Yi said hesitantly. Hey, young hero Lin, you worry too much. No matter what, this old man is still the deputy shopkeeper of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. Opening a medical center is just a personal hobby. This idea is just a spur-of-the-moment idea. If I really do this old man will have to carefully consider whether or not people will gossip about me. Kai Zhongyang waved his hand and said with a smile. Chapter 41:14. In that case, thank you very much, seniors. Lin Yi did not refuse and immediately agreed. It's not too late now. Why don't we go and have a look at the shop now? Kai Zhongyang suggested. That's what I'm thinking. Lin Yi nodded cheerfully, turned his head and said, Sydney Shang, you two stay here and talk. We'll be back soon. Sydney and Tian Chan agreed in unison. It was not suitable for them to show their faces in public, especially when Sydney was wanted on the street before, so it was even more difficult for her to go out. Lin Yi and the others immediately set off, and Kai Zhongyang led them to the chosen shop. Indeed, as he said, although this location was a little worse than the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, it was still quite a good place with people coming and going. The only regret was that the shop was not very big, but Lin Yi had only planned to run a small business with the two girls. It would be difficult to manage a big shop. The shop in front of them was enough for them to establish a foothold. He looked it up and down, and was very satisfied with it as a whole. He asked for it on the spot, and with Kai Zhongyang's help, the original owner didn't ask for too much of a transfer price, only giving a very low friendship price. Even so, it was still 10,000 spirit jade. Kai Zhongyang had wanted to pay for Lin Yi in one go. 10,000 spirit jades was an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but as the deputy shopkeeper of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, this amount of spirit jades was nothing to him. However, he did not expect that Lin Yi would take out a spirit jade card without hesitation and pay the bill on the spot. This scene really shocked everyone for a long time. They all knew that Lin Yi was a disciple of the Three Pavilions of the North Island. Who would have thought that a disciple of the Three Pavilions of the North Island would have so many spiritual jade? Only the will of heaven patted Lin Yi's shoulder and laughed. Brother Lin Yi was extraordinary. How could he be judged by common sense? After deciding on the shop, the next thing to do was to find someone to renovate the shop and transform it into a style suitable for the elixir shop. This task was taken care of by Kai Zhongyang. As the deputy manager of Five Elements Commerce, he was the only one with experience among the people present. It was most suitable for him to take care of it. It would take at least 3 days to renovate, and during this period, it was just enough for Lin Yi to prepare elixir. Although Kai Zhongyang said that he could supply him at a low price, this was after all suspected of abusing his power for personal gain. Lin Yi did not want to ruin Kai Zhongyang's principles and reputation. Moreover, the two alchemists, Lin Yi and Tian Chan, were here. They did not need ready-made elixir. They only needed ready-made elixir materials. For this, Hou Guanxi could easily buy it as long as he called the alchemy hall. After everyone dispersed, Lin Yi returned to the room. Tian Chan and Sydney immediately greeted him and asked, "How is it? Is the shop satisfactory?" "Very good. I have already bought it." Lin Yi nodded and smiled. "By the way, Xiao-chan, how is your level of alchemy?" "With my current level, I can at most refine 4th grade elixir. I can basically guarantee the success rate, but I can't guarantee the quality. However, elixir below 3rd grade is not a problem." Tian Chan replied. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Previously, Kai Zhongyang introduced to him that in the market of Middle Island, almost no one would buy elixir below 3rd grade. Here, generally, 4th grade and 5th grade elixir were more popular. Even 6th grade and 7th grade elixir appeared. If he wanted to open an alchemy shop to be competitive, the elixirs sold must at least be 3rd grade and above. This was already the bottom line. "All right then, Chan, you'll be in charge of making 3rd and 4th level elixirs from now on, and I'll be in charge of 4th and higher level elixirs. We'll try to make as many elixirs as possible in these 3 days, Lin Yi decided. So far, the highest elixir that Lin Yi had successfully refined was 4th grade. Although he would definitely try 5th grade or even higher grade elixir in the future, It seemed that the alchemy shop could only focus on 4th grade elixir for the time being. Okay, I will listen to you. Tian-chan nodded happily. What about me? What should I do? Sydney asked. She was not an alchemist like Tian-chan, so she could not help Lin. So, she felt a little useless. Sydney, you should take good care of yourself first. When the shop opens, you will be the proprietress of the front desk. You will be busy. Lin Yi joked with a smile. Okay then. Hearing the word proprietress, Sydney could not help but blush. She bowed her head and did not speak. Lin Yi and Tian-chan smiled. At this time, Ho Guanqi had already asked someone to send the elixir materials. The two immediately took out the alchemy furnace and prepared to start alchemy. For the first time, they saw Lin Yi's unique divine pesticide cauldron. Sydney and Tian-chan were both surprised. The integration of modern technology and alchemy technology really opened their eyes. It could automatically refine elixir. It was simply an unheard-of alchemy artifact. However, when they thought of Han Jingjing, who was still missing, Lin Yi and the two women could not help but sigh. They secretly prayed that Han Jingjing would not be like the two women, being bullied and humiliated. 3 days was not long, but it was not short either. When Lin Yi put all his thoughts on alchemy, with the help of the divine pesticide cauldron, his efficiency was absolutely shocking. Just like the last time in the extreme North Island, in just 3 days, Lin Yi once again refined a total of 124th grade elixirs. They were all the elixirs that Hong Zhong had given him before. There were many kinds of elixirs, and more importantly, they were all of the best quality. In contrast, the results of Tian-chan's alchemy in the past 3 days could only be regarded as average. 34th grade elixirs of medium quality and 33rd grade elixirs of high quality. Of course, many of them were the stock that she had refined before. She did not have the divine pesticide cauldron, so it was impossible to refine too quickly. The results of the two of them added up to a total of 180 elixirs. Although it was far from enough for a big chamber of commerce like 5 Elements Commerce, it was enough for a newly opened small elixir shop to support for a period of time. Here, the elixirs were ready. Kai Zhongyang had also found someone to renovate the shop. Lin Yi did not specifically choose a good day to open the shop. After a simple preparation, he immediately decided to open the shop. The elixir shop was named Tiandan Pavilion. This was named by Lin Yi himself. He also let the deputy island master of Middle Island, the Will of Heaven, personally write the inscription. Although he was not a calligraphy master, the calligraphy on the horizontal board was like a dragon and snake. It had a grand pattern, which added a bit of extraordinary temperament to the shop. Chapter 41:15. Although the elixirs were only of the 4th and 3rd grade, there were so many excellent elixirs, and the price was much cheaper than other shops. As soon as the Tiandan Pavilion opened for business, it attracted many passers-by. Hey, am I seeing things? Why are there so many excellent elixirs? Someone came in and glanced around, and he couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. This heavenly pill pavilion doesn't look very impressive, and the medicinal pills they display aren't that high-leveled either. However, more than half of them are rare top-grade pills. I feel that even the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Are they fake? The bystanders were surprised and suspicious. Fake? You don't know how to say others are fake. You have the nerve to come to our Middle Island to embarrass yourself? Look at the quality, which part of it is fake? Someone immediately retorted. Indeed, they are not fake. This old man is a specialist in alchemy appraisers. I have seen at least hundreds of alchemy pills, if not thousands. However, this Heavenly Dan Pavilion is obviously just a small shop with only a few shop assistants. Yet, the quality of the alchemy pills is not inferior to that of the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce. Other chambers of commerce simply cannot compare with it. This is really strange. An old man in the crowd affirmed. I dare to bet that the boss of this Tiandan Pavilion definitely has a strong background. Maybe he is controlled by a big shot in the alchemy hall. That's why he can get so many excellent elixirs. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. Someone was surprised and attracted the crowd's attention. Who cares so much? As long as they are really excellent elixirs, and the price is so low, if we don't hurry up and grab them now, maybe we won't have such good stuff later. Looking at the crowded scene in front of them, and some people even started to rush to buy the elixirs, Lin Yi and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first day of business, and this was a rare good start. In fact, it was not strange for such a scene to happen. However, the Heaven Stage Island, especially the Middle Island, was full of people with good eyesight. With so many top-grade medicinal pills that they normally couldn't even snatch, and the prices were much cheaper than others, it would be strange if they weren't tempted at all. Business was booming, so Lin Yi and the others were naturally very busy. Lin Yi personally became the shopkeeper, and Tian Chan followed by his side to help. As for Sydney, she specially changed into a female uniform. She purposely covered her face with a veil and busied herself as a waiter. Hiring beautiful women as waitresses was a common tactic used by many large chambers of commerce. Not only could it attract customers, but it was also easier to make business with male customers. After all, not many men were willing to lose face in front of beautiful women. Therefore, the appearance of Sydney did not arouse much suspicion. Even if someone wondered why she was wearing a veil, they would only think that Tiandan Pavilion was trying to attract customers, and deliberately created a sense of mystery. In addition, she was very careful and never showed her beauty in front of customers. Even if someone was stunned by her and Tian Chan, it was only to satisfy their envy for the time being. For a while, it did not cause the expected trouble. After all, these people came for the medicinal pills. Normally, they would not stare at the waitresses. Seeing more and more spiritual jades coming in, Lin Yi could not help but be happy. If this continued, Tiandan Pavilion would soon be on the right track. This was the foundation for them to establish a foothold in the Middle Island in the future. At this moment, suddenly, a well-dressed middle-aged man came in from the door, with two subordinates behind him. Both of them were tall and sturdy men, revealing their gold core stage cultivation. After pushing and scolding with a fierce face, everyone was unwilling to cause trouble, so they immediately made way for them. Oh, Tiandan Pavilion? What a big tone! Such a small shop dares to call itself a pavilion? There are so many ignorant and fearless people these days. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? However, this business is not bad, the middle-aged man said in a weird tone. What a joke! Yi Qingtang said. The crowd suddenly quieted down a little. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between Lin Yi and the middle-aged man. They unconsciously showed an expression of watching the fun. Listening to the tone of this man, it was clear that he did not come with good intentions. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at him coldly. Although there was an evil fire in his heart, he immediately suppressed it. He had been mentally prepared for this kind of thing as early as before the opening. As the saying goes, open the door to welcome guests from all over the world. No matter what kind of guests they would meet. Some were easy to serve, and naturally some were difficult to serve. Especially since he was not familiar with the people and the place, he was afraid that the first day of the opening would not be so smooth and calm. Lin Yi secretly warned himself that now he was opening the door to do business. He must learn from Hong Zhong. Only by being amiable can he make money. He must be patient in everything. He must not be impulsive. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep this business open for a long time. Seeing that Lin ignored him, the middle-aged man's tone suddenly became more strange. I have been here for so long, and there is no one who comes to greet me. How can such a shop open and do business? Humph, the big chamber of commerce is not so arrogant. Such a small broken shop, but not only has a big tone, but also such a big style. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. It makes me speechless. For a time, the people who were busy buying stopped their actions. Their eyes were all focused on the well-dressed middle-aged man, and they whispered. Seeing this, Sydney did not want to put Lin Yi in a difficult position. She decided to bite the bullet and go up to greet him. She did not hope to make any business out of this person. As long as he did not affect other customers, she would be thankful. However, Lin Yi gently pulled her back and personally walked in front of the middle-aged man. He could see that this person did not come with good intentions and was afraid that it would not be so easy to get rid of him. It is a small business, so it is inevitable that I will not be able to serve you well. Please forgive me. May I know what you would like to buy? Lin Yi looked at the person and asked indifferently. Buy what? Do you really think I am here to buy something? With such poor eyesight, you have the nerve to open a pill shop here? The person sneered and looked up and down at Lin. Then, with a face full of arrogance, he said, Listen carefully. I am the deputy shopkeeper of the medicine sect, Diao Huanshan. I heard from my subordinates that a new pill shop has opened here, so I came personally to see if there is anything I can do to cooperate with you. So he was in the same trade. After hearing this, Lin immediately understood. As the saying goes, people in the same trade are enemies. The person in front of him obviously did not come with good intentions. His so-called cooperation was definitely not something good. Chapter 41:16. When Diao Huanshan heard this, he was stunned. His originally arrogant expression immediately became a little awkward. This heavenly elixir pavilion was only a newly opened small shop. According to his expectations and past experience, when someone suddenly heard that the famed medicine sect had such a big name, how could they not try to curry favor? He never thought that after he made a name for himself, the other party would still dare to be so indifferent. He had already said that he would give him a chance to cooperate, but not only did he not shed tears of gratitude, he was actually so unwilling. This was simply intolerable. So to say, shopkeeper, you don't plan to give me the face of the medicine sect? Diao Huanshan snorted coldly in anger out of humiliation. Lin Yi couldn't stop laughing when he heard that. This guy didn't even try to tempt him, but directly started to threaten him. The so-called cooperation with the medicine sect was obvious. He had already begun to reveal his fox's tail so quickly. Shopkeeper Diao, since we are all businessmen, then naturally, business is our foundation. Face or not, shouldn't be something that we businessmen should consider, right? Lin Yi smiled indifferently, but seeing that the other party's face was livid, he didn't want to force him into a deadlock, so he immediately said, All right, shopkeeper Diao, what suggestion do you have? Why don't you just say it? Diao Huanshan heard that and couldn't help but look at Lin Yi in surprise. This young man looked so young, but he didn't expect him to be so eloquent. With one sentence, he took the initiative in the conversation. He could be said to be very experienced. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how good your negotiation skills are, it's all useless. You can only obediently follow what I say, and don't even think about escaping from the palm of my hand. Shopkeeper, since you opened an elixir shop here, you should know that this is the territory of Zhongdao Market, right? Diao Huanshan asked with narrowed eyes. Of course, but so what? Lin Yi looked at him and asked back. The surrounding dozen streets, including the 5 Elements commerce area, were all within the territory of Zhongdao Market, which was several times larger than the North Island. Since you know that this is Zhongdao Market, shopkeeper, have you never heard of the Elixir Alliance? All the merchants who sell elixirs in the Middle Island Market Square must unconditionally accept the management of the Elixir Alliance. This is the rule, and no one can break it, Diao Huanshan said with a cold smile. Elixir Alliance? Lin Yi was taken aback. He had never heard of this before. He had never heard Kai Zhongyang mention it during the few days he had been with him. Today was the opening of the new shop, so people like the Will of Heaven, Hou Guanqi, and Kai Zhongyang would naturally come to support the opening, but they hadn't arrived yet. Lin Yi couldn't find anyone to verify the truth of the other party's words. What? From your expression, it seems like you don't believe me? Diao Huanshan curled his lips mockingly, then turned to the crowd and said, There should be some reasonable people among you. You shouldn't be so ignorant that you haven't even heard of the Elixir Alliance, right? I can prove this. Zhongdao Market does have a specialized Elixir Alliance. The purpose of its existence is to supervise the quality of elixirs sold by many merchants, so that fake elixirs won't harm customers and affect the reputation of our Middle Island market. I am the elixir appraiser of the Elixir Alliance, an old man in the crowd replied. The rest of the people present nodded. Even if they weren't merchants, this was common knowledge. As long as they had spent some time in Zhongdao Market, they would naturally know about it. Naturally, they would know about it. Now you shouldn't be suspicious anymore, right? You dare to open an elixir shop here without even knowing about the Elixir Alliance? Shopkeeper, you are truly ignorant and fearless, Diao Huanshan sneered. So what? The quality of the elixirs of our Tiandan Pavilion is absolutely reliable. There won't be any fake elixirs, and we can accept the inspection of the Elixir Alliance at any time. However, what does this have to do with the cooperation that shopkeeper Diao mentioned? Lin Yi asked calmly. We can accept the inspection of the Elixir Alliance at any time? Do you believe that yourself? Diao Huanshan suddenly laughed. He moved in front of Lin Yi and lowered his voice, saying, Shopkeeper, don't be so sure. We are out to do business, so who doesn't know about this? As long as we really put in the effort to check, there is no elixir shop without Wenyi. Oh yes, by the way, we, the medicine sect, are in charge of this year's Elixir Alliance Chamber of Commerce. What do you mean? Lin Yi frowned slightly. It's very simple. All the inspections this year will be decided by the medicine sect. As long as we say you can do it even if you can't. However, if we say you can't, you can't do it even if you can. Do you understand what I mean now? Diao Huanshan threatened smugly. Shopkeeper Diao, could it be that you want me to pay a protection fee to the medicine sect? Lin Yi's face darkened. Although there was absolutely no Wenyi in his elixirs, if the other party really insisted that there was Wenyi in the name of the Elixir Alliance, then even if he could prove his innocence afterwards, at least his reputation would be ruined. This guy was a classic example of someone who could not do anything right, but was more than capable of ruining things. He really couldn't ignore him. Protection fee? No. We are the dignified medicine sect. How could we do such a lowly and shameless thing like collecting protection fee? Diao Huanshan shook his head repeatedly and raised his eyebrows. Didn't I tell you from the beginning? I came to you today to cooperate with you. What kind of cooperation? Lin Yi asked without a change in expression. It's very simple. The medicine sect can provide you with some elixirs and let you participate in the distribution. This is a big pie that fell from the sky. What do you think, shopkeeper? Of course, as long as you choose to cooperate with us, you naturally don't have to worry about the Elixir Alliance's inspection, Diao Huanshan tempted him. Using the Elixir Alliance as a threat to make my Tiandan Pavilion do the distribution for the medicine sect. This is his wishful thinking. Then, shopkeeper Diao, if we help you distribute the elixirs, how much will the purchase price be lower than your normal selling price? Lin Yi asked seriously. Of course we will sell them to you at the normal selling price. Diao Huanshan instantly laughed. Seeing that Lin Yi's expression was a little uneasy, he analyzed the pros and cons and said, Think about it, shopkeeper. For a small elixir shop like yours, when business is not good, you can only starve. But if business is good, it's very easy to run out of stock. This is something that will ruin your reputation. As long as you choose to cooperate with the medicine sect, you won't have to worry about this risk. Moreover, you can handle the inspection from the Elixir Alliance. This is a great thing. Don't you understand? Chapter 41:17. Profit? How can there be no profit? Other than the elixirs that the famous medicine sect will give you, I didn't say that you can't sell your own elixirs. Of course, you must give us half of the profit. I'm sure you understand that, shopkeeper? Diao Huanshan laughed proudly without fear. Hearing this, Lin Yi was instantly angered and amused. Helping the famous medicine sect sell elixirs for free, not only did he not earn any difference in price and hard work, but he also wanted a share of the profit from his own elixirs. It was rare to see someone this shameless. Oh, I've understood everything. I'm sorry that I can't accept the cooperation that shopkeeper Diao has proposed. Please leave, shopkeeper Diao, Lin Yi said indifferently and gestured for him to leave. Although Diao Huanshan used the Elixir Alliance's inspection as a threat, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with his elixirs. No matter how they inspected them, they couldn't make something out of nothing. Moreover, if something really happened, Kai Zhongyang and the others would definitely not stand by and watch. Kai Zhongyang was the assistant shopkeeper of the Five Elements Commerce. In terms of status and authority, he couldn't be worse than the assistant shopkeeper of the famous medicine sect. Moreover, he had the legendary god, the will of heaven, behind him. What? Diao Huanshan thought that Lin Yi had already recognized the reality and could only endure the humiliation to survive. He didn't expect Lin Yi's attitude to suddenly become so unyielding. He was instantly shocked and angry. I won't cooperate with the famous medicine sect. Shopkeeper Diao, please leave. Do you understand now? Lin Yi repeated with an indifferent expression. Good. You better think carefully. If you don't cooperate with the famous medicine sect, don't think about doing your business in peace. I want you to never have a foothold in the Middle Island market. Diao Huanshan said fiercely, feeling humiliated and angry. He didn't hide anything when he said that. In an instant, all the customers in the shop were stunned. They looked at each other and then looked at Lin Yi with sympathy. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, but before he could speak, a cold voice suddenly sounded at the door. I haven't been out for years, so I never knew that Zhongdao has become a place where people bully others. Do you still have to look at other people's faces when doing business in Middle Island Market? As the voice spoke, the will of heaven strode in with his head held high. Diao Huanshan was stunned. He felt that this person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. However, he had long believed that a small shop like Tiandan Pavilion couldn't have a strong background. Even if it did, it couldn't be compared to the famous medicine sect. He didn't know where this guy came from, but he dared to talk to the famous medicine sect's assistant shopkeeper like that. Diao Huanshan naturally wouldn't let it go. He immediately snorted and said, this isn't called bullying, it's called working together. But if you insist on saying that this is bullying and twisting the truth, then I can't do anything about it. After all, the mouth is on your body. I don't have to rush to clean up after you. Diao Huanshan was fearless. He was still proud of his sharp eloquence when he suddenly heard someone in the crowd say in surprise, Isn't that the Deputy Island Lord of Heaven? That's right. I was fortunate enough to meet him many years ago. It really seems like the Deputy Island Lord of Heaven? It can't be. Didn't the rumors say that the Deputy Island Lord of Heaven went berserk and couldn't move his meridians anymore? How could he be standing here in one piece? Yeah, it said that he hasn't shown himself in front of people for many years. It can't be him, right? The will of heaven didn't care about the crowd's suspicions. He just looked at Diao Huanshan coldly and waved his hand. A cold and overbearing true qi instantly burst forth. Before Diao Huanshan could react, he felt his body shake, and his whole body was suddenly slapped away. Since he doesn't want to work together, then I'll send you on your way, lest you dirty the Tiandan Pavilion. The will of heaven said coldly. With his level, he didn't care to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Since he was a vicious dog, he would just beat him up. Bang! Diao Huanshan fell heavily in the middle of the street, sprawled on the ground. He was so dizzy from the fall that he couldn't get up for a long time. The two burly men who came with him instantly looked ferocious and wanted to attack the will of heaven. However, the will of heaven just gave them a simple look, and they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They were drenched in cold sweat and didn't dare to move. The will of heaven didn't hit him hard. Although Diao Huanshan was in a sorry state from the fall, his injuries weren't that serious. He looked at the will of heaven up and down in shock and fear. After a moment, Diao Huanshan suddenly quivered. He finally realized that the person in front of him was actually the legendary figure who had shaken Middle Island in the past. He was the only person in history who could become the Deputy Island Lord in the nascent Soul Realm. He was the powerful person who could instantly kill people with a higher cultivation level, the will of heaven. In the blink of an eye, Diao Huanshan and his two subordinates were really scared to the point of peeing their pants. He had just spoken rudely to the will of heaven. What the fuck had happened to him today? Diao Huanshan was terrified. He knew that he had made a big mistake, but he didn't know how to fix it. He then heard the will of heaven continue. Today is the opening day of my sister, Tian Chan's Tiandan Pavilion, so I don't want to start a massacre. I hope that some people will know their place and don't come here to look for trouble. Otherwise, I don't mind stretching my arms and legs a little. As soon as he said this, the onlookers immediately started discussing. Even those who were suspicious at first could now confirm that this person was the legendary the will of heaven. They didn't expect a small Tiandan Pavilion to have such a strong background. Even if some people guessed that it had a backer, they would never have thought that it was actually opened by the sister of the deputy island master of Middle Island, the Will of Heaven. This backer was a complete mess. As for Diao Huanshan, who had been slapped out of the door, he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. He didn't dare to stay in this place any longer, so he hurriedly ran for his life. The unexpected appearance of the Will of Heaven immediately triggered a panic-buying frenzy among the onlookers. Even on this Heaven Stage Island, celebrity effects were important. The Will of Heaven was a typical living signboard. With the reputation of the deputy island master of Middle Island as a guarantee, everyone was more assured about the quality of the elixirs. More and more customers came after hearing the news. In less than a day, the elixirs on the display shelves were constantly being snatched up by people. The other benefit of the Will of Heaven's reputation was that those who had other ideas didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts anymore. Even if these people coveted the beauty of Tianchan and Sydney, they definitely didn't dare to act rashly in the store. Chapter 41:18. On the first day of business, more than half of the 180 elixirs that were prepared were sold. The sales volume even reached an exaggerated 6-digit number. Even Lin himself didn't expect this result. After all, this wasn't an auction. It was just a normal store operation. No one would be stupid enough to bid a high price. Moreover, Lin even lowered the price proactively. It was already very shocking that the sales volume could reach 6 digits on the first day. Even many big chambers of commerce couldn't reach this level. Of course, the Will of Heaven also played a part in this. If it wasn't for his appearance that caused the rush to buy the elixirs, or if it wasn't because of his existence that attracted more and more customers, the sales volume would probably be reduced by more than half. The sales volume reached 6 digits on the first day of business. Lin Yi and the others were only surprised. On the contrary, Kai Zhongyang, who was a standard industry insider, almost couldn't catch his breath when he heard about it. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Young hero Lin, do you know that our 5 Elements commerce has the strong backing of Zhongdao Alchemy Hall? How much was the sales volume on the first day of business? Kai Zhongyang asked with a strange expression. How much? Lin Yi and the others asked curiously. 5 Elements commerce was undoubtedly the #1 chamber of commerce. Its data could almost be regarded as the highest record in the industry. 96,000 spiritual jade. Kai Zhongyang smiled bitterly and said, as far as I know, this has already left all the other top chambers of commerce far behind. It's an unprecedented record. But compared to young hero Lin's Tiandan Pavilion, TSK is K. Hearing that, Lin Yi and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Building Tiandan Pavilion to buy elixirs was originally just a temporary idea. The purpose was only for Tianchan and Sydney to have a foothold in Zhongdao. That was all. However, he never imagined that he would accidentally lose to a leviathan like the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce. If these words didn't come from the mouth of Kai Zhongyang, the vice manager of the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce, no one would dare believe it. Brother Lin is a genius. Is it strange that he is better than 5 Elements Commerce? In my opinion, it's very normal. Although your master, Old Man Zhang, is also an unreasonable freak, he really isn't suited to do business. If he hadn't established the pill hall in advance and made a name for himself, I reckon that your 5 Elements Commerce wouldn't even be able to earn a fraction of this Tiandan Pavilion's profit on the first day of business. The Will of Heaven laughed as he listened. That's true. Although the grade isn't high, with so many top-grade pills, it's not surprising that they sold at such a high price. Ho Guanqi nodded and asked curiously, by the way, little friend Lin, where did you get these supreme-grade pills from? That's right. I've been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Previously, during the auction in the extreme North Island, Hong Zhong was clearly being ganged up on by others and had no way out. In the end, he suddenly took out more than 100 top-grade medicinal pills. This matter has already become a legend in the industry. Could it be related to you, young hero Lin? Kai Zhongyang was equally curious. They couldn't be blamed for being curious. Outsiders might just be shocked, thinking that Zhongdao's pill hall had this kind of strength, but they didn't usually show it. But these two, as Zhang Liju's disciples, core members of the pill hall, had a much clearer understanding of this than outsiders. Unless Zhang Liju personally made them, otherwise, even if the entire Zhongdao pill hall gathered their strength, they wouldn't be able to take out so many supreme-grade pills in a short amount of time, unless they used their strategic storage. I won't hide it from you two seniors. Actually, I'm also an alchemist. I made these pills myself. Lin said with a slight smile. Really? Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang looked at each other, shocked. Master Lin, you're really a refiner? A refiner who can make large amounts of supreme-grade pills? And with such amazing medical skills, don't we have reason to suspect that you're our Sifu in disguise? Even in the Hall of Elixirs, where there were many elite refiners, it was rare for them to be able to concoct high-quality elixirs. Someone like Lin Yi, a dual practitioner of medicine and elixir, with such a high level of proficiency in both, seemed to be the only one in the entire world who could do so, Zhang Liju. Houkai, you two really have sharp eyes. Come, hurry up and kowtow to your Sifu. The Will of Heaven laughed and teased them. Hee, I don't think it's Sifu himself, but a disciple he took in outside? Other than Sifu, I can't think of anyone else who could raise a genius like Lin Yi. Hou Guanqi laughed as well. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Hou Guanqi had guessed it correctly, but before he met Zhang Liju, this cheap Sifu, he couldn't admit it. He just smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, Kai Zhongyang suddenly remembered what happened in the day and asked, I heard that Diao Huanshan from Yao sect came to cause trouble? He and Hou Guanqi were busy preparing for the auction and only came to support in the afternoon. They didn't bump into Diao Huanshan. Otherwise, with their status, if Diao Huanshan was present, he would definitely be able to recognize them, and there probably wouldn't have been such a commotion during the day. That's right, he threatened me with that Elixir Alliance's inspection, insisting that I distribute Yao Sect's elixirs for free, and even take half of our profits. At this point, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Elder Kai, just how much power does that Elixir Alliance have? If they do something, will it affect my Tiandan Pavilion's business? Or even directly force my Tiandan Pavilion to close down? If it's just a small elixir shop without a strong background, Elixir Alliance does indeed have the power to force it to close down, but don't worry, young Master Lin. With me here, you don't need to care about this Elixir Alliance at all. Just treat it like a fart. Kai Zhongyang curled his lips in disdain. So you're saying that 5 Elements Commerce has a lot of power in that Elixir Alliance, right? Linist. With the Heavenly Executioner acting as a guarantor, he was actually not worried about this matter. Any sensible person would not offend a legendary master like the Vice Island Master for the sake of a small elixir store. This was simply not in line with the logic of a businessman. Chapter 41:19. On the contrary, we, 5 Elements Commerce, have nothing to do with the Elixir Alliance. Kai Zhongyang shook his head. Waff. Lin Yi paused and asked curiously, didn't they say that all the merchants selling elixirs in Zhongdao have to accept the Elixir Alliance's supervision? In theory, yes, but 5 Elements Commerce is an exception. You might not know this, Master Lin, but when 5 Elements Commerce was first established, there was no Elixir Alliance. However, because our 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce is like the sun in the sky, many other elixir merchants can only use this excuse to isolate us and spread rumors that the quality of our 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce's elixirs is not up to standard. They want to use this to fight against us. Kai Zhongyang curled his lips in a mocking manner. And the result? Lin Yi and the others asked. In the end, my master only said one sentence. As long as you have proof, I'll give the Elixir God title to the Elixir Alliance. But, can any of you afford it? Kai Zhongyang imitated Zhang Liju's tone and smiled in disdain. After that, we didn't even need to do anything. The customers all started boycotting the Elixir Alliance, and in the end, they had no choice but to come to my master and beg for forgiveness. Only then did the storm die down. A bunch of clowns. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, but in his heart, he was amazed. His cheap master's influence and rallying power in Sky-class Island was really not to be underestimated. One sentence from him could decide the direction of the market, and this wasn't something that could be done with just power and position. So, although 5 Elements Commerce isn't in the Elixir Alliance, as long as we say the word, they won't even dare to fart. I'll just talk to them, and I'm sure they won't come to Tiandan Pavilion anymore. Kai Zhongyang smiled and guaranteed. All right, I'll be troubling you then, Elder Kai. Lin Yi nodded. With the double protection of the will of heaven and Kai Zhongyang, normal people with discerning eyes would not feel uncomfortable visiting them again. By the way, I see that although you have a lot of top-grade medicinal pills here, the highest grade is only 4th grade. This old man suggests that you add some high-grade medicinal pills that are 5th grade and above. Of course, there will be people who will buy Tier 3 and Tier 4 pills. However, this is just the opening. If we continue to stay at this level, we will lack competitiveness compared to other large pill vendors. It will be detrimental to our long-term development, Kai Zhongyang suggested after some consideration. Actually, I've thought about this problem carefully, but I don't have any elixirs above the 5th grade on hand, and I've never refined one before, so I can only take it slow. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Junior brother Kai is the vice shopkeeper of the Chamber of Commerce. It's not good for him to come out and help directly. How about I find a reason to get some from the pill hall? As long as the quantity isn't too big, it shouldn't be a problem. Ho Guanqi interrupted. Thank you for your kind intentions, seniors, but we don't need them right now. After all, we've just opened. These Tier 4 elixirs should be able to last for a while. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand to reject. Letting Ho Guanqi get elixirs from the pill hall as support was a simple method, but even if he used Spirit Jade to trade fairly, it would be easy for others to use it against him. If Zheng Dongjue found out about this, he would be labeled as a traitor. Even if Ho Guanqi was Zhang Liju's disciple in name, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Yi didn't want him to take this risk because of him. Seeing this, Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang looked at each other and didn't say anything else. It was just as Lin Yi was worried about. The risk was not small. At that moment, the will of heaven suddenly spoke up. You guys really can't see clearly. Isn't this simple? Lin Yi bro is an elixir refiner himself. Xiao Ho, Xiao Kai, you guys get him some Tier 5 elixir recipes and materials and let him make it himself. That way people won't gossip, right? Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang heard this and their eyes lit up. They clapped and praised Lin. Because he was too young, they subconsciously neglected the fact that this guy was a freak who could make large amounts of Tier 5 elixirs. Even if Lin Yi had never refined a Tier 5 elixir before, since he could refine a Tier 4 elixir, then a Tier 5 elixir shouldn't be a problem. Ho Guanqi immediately took out 3 elixir recipes from his arms and handed them to Lin. My little friend Lin Yi, these 3 elixir recipes are all Tier 5 elixir recipes. I'll ask someone to send the materials over later. You can take some time to try it out. If you can succeed, that would be great. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Senior Ho. Lin Yi didn't refuse. This was exactly what he needed. Besides, the other party was his senior brother anyway. He didn't need to be too polite. He just needed to find a way to repay him in the future. Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang told Lin Yi a lot of their experiences in refining Tier 5 elixirs. It wasn't until the sky was dark and they finished dinner that they left with the will of heaven. As for Lin Yi, Tianchan, and Sydney, now that they had Tiandan Pavilion, which belonged to them, they naturally didn't need to go to 5 Elements Commerce with Kai Zhongyang. After a busy day, he let the 2 girls go back to their rooms to rest. Lin Yi began to refine Tier 5 elixirs overnight. Although he had never tried it before, he felt that it shouldn't be a big problem with the Shenong Cauldron, an automatic alchemy artifact. Lin Yi took out one of the Tier 5 elixir recipes and entered it into the tablet computer. The Shenong Medicine Cauldron immediately began to automatically analyze the alchemy curve. Although the waiting time was longer than when he refined the Foundation Establishment pill, the results showed that everything was normal. There were no accidents. Immediately, Lin Yi began to refine the Tier 5 elixir according to the instructions of the alchemy curve. The process lasted for 2 hours before it came to an abrupt end. The final result was a failure. Looking at the pile of black residue in the medicine cauldron, Lin Yi was stunned for a long time. Since Han Jingjing helped him modify the Shenong Medicine Cauldron, he had never failed, especially after the Heaven Stage Island. This was the first time. However, after all, it was the first time he tried to refine a Tier 5 elixir. Lin Yi was mentally prepared for failure. Fortunately, this failure didn't affect the Shenong medicine cauldron itself. Otherwise, if there was a furnace explosion and the Shenong medicine cauldron was destroyed, he would really cry. Chapter 41:20. Sure enough, after 6 hours, Lin Yi finally succeeded in refining the first 5th-grade medicinal pill. The quality was superior, but there was still a gap from the best grade. However, Lin Yi believed that as long as the medicinal cauldron corrected it a few more times, it would be a matter of time. In the next few days, the business of Tiandan Pavilion obviously declined a lot compared to the first day of opening, and it gradually began to calm down. This was actually not strange at all. On the first day of opening, many people were attracted by the liveliness. It was rare to find so many best-grade medicinal pills, coupled with the living signboard of the will of heaven, which led to the scene of people scrambling to buy. Although elixirs were also consumables, they were not like food and drink. Most cultivators might not even consume a single elixir in a month. After these people bought the elixirs, they would not need them for a short period of time. Therefore, the decline in sales of Tiandan Pavilion was also reasonable. In fact, even the 5 Elements commerce in the past could not be as popular as the opening of a new store every day. It was normal for sales to fall by more than half. However, after all, there were still a lot of best-grade medicinal pills on the display shelves, which naturally had a good attraction and appeal. Compared to the bleak situation of other shops that were deserted, the business of Tiandan Pavilion was still quite good, which made many people in the industry jealous and envious. It was not as full of guests as the first day. Sydney alone could handle the business in the store, which was just right for Lin Yi and Tian Chan. During the time of learning to refine medicinal pills, if even the two of them were forced to appear together, resulting in no time to refine medicinal pills, then it would really not be far from a shortage of medicinal pills. During this period of time, there was only one thing that Lin Yi had to do every day, which was to concentrate on refining medicinal pills. Not only did he have to try to refine more 5th-grade medicinal pills, but he also had to accumulate 4th-grade medicinal pills for future storage. However, the freshly made 5th-grade medicinal pills in Lin Yi's hands, he did not directly put them on the display shelves for sale. After all, Tiandan Pavilion had just opened. The best 4th-grade medicinal pills were still attractive enough, so he was not in a hurry to introduce 5th-grade medicinal pills. As for another more important reason, it was the news that Lin Yi learned from Kai Zhongyang that the Zhongdao auction would officially start in 10 days. Therefore, Lin Yi planned to hoard these 5th-grade medicinal pills and auction them together in the name of Tiandan Pavilion. If he wanted to promote the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion as soon as possible, this was a heaven-made opportunity that could not be missed. In addition, during this period of time, Lin Yi received another piece of good news from Kai Zhongyang. The heart devourer grass he'd been waiting for was finally here. There were 5 of them in total, and while it wasn't as many as Ning Xuefei's 10 portions, Lin Yi still managed to produce 8 ultimate quality foundation building pills. The success rate was even more ridiculous than last time. Apart from the excellent quality of the 5 heart-devouring exquisite grasses, it was also because they were freshly collected. The shorter the storage time, the lesser the loss of medicinal properties. Naturally, the better the effect of alchemy. Although it was unexpected that 8 of them had appeared. But it was reasonable. He had the 8 supreme-grade pills in his hands, but he didn't need them for the time being. After all, he'd only just reached the peak of the late phase of foundation building with the pills, and if he kept using them recklessly, he'd be in trouble. It was easy to cause the foundation to be unstable, and the loss outweighed the gain. However, Lin Yi had no use for it at the moment. For Tian Chan and Xue Li who had low strength, these supreme-grade foundation building pills were just timely help. With their current realm, as long as they consumed 1 supreme-grade foundation building pill together with the bottleneck-breaking pill, they would be able to break through and level up. This unexpected surprise shocked the 2 women for a long time. With their relationship with Lin Yi, they could not say that they were not familiar with Lin Yi. However, they felt that Lin Yi was like Doraemon. From time to time, he would take out a big surprise to surprise them. Even now, they were not sure where the limits of this man of theirs were. Lin Yi personally took care of the business of Tiandan Pavilion. The two women, Tian-chan and Sydney, happily took the medicinal pills and went into seclusion to break through. As for the remaining 6 foundation-building pills, Lin Yi also left them with them so that they could continue to take them to level up after consolidating their realm. To put it bluntly, as long as he could find the heart-devouring exquisite grass, Lin Yi could refine the foundation-building pill at any time. However, if he let Tian-chan do it, not to mention whether it could guarantee the foundation-building pill, there was a high chance that it would fail. After all, the foundation-building pill was not an ordinary product, and the difficulty of refining it was quite high. Dan Hall, Jing Garden. Grandpa, you told me last time that you would find a way to make grandson's wish come true. But now, not only can you not find a chance, but you also let Tian-chan move out to set up her own business. What should we do? Zheng Tianchu's position was getting more stable these days, and he took the opportunity to complain to Zheng Dongjue. The more he couldn't eat something, the more he coveted it. In the past, he could pester Tian-chan every day, so he had the patience to wait for a while longer. But now that Tian-chan moved out, watching the cooked duck fly away, this kind of feeling was really unbearable for ordinary people. What was even more unbearable was that Tian-chan could move out, and it was actually his grandfather who personally approved it. This made him, who only wanted to play with his sister-in-law, how could he endure it? You only know how to revolve around women all day long. What great prospects can you have like this? Zheng Dongjue couldn't help but stare and scold. Compared to the dead Zheng Tianjie, Zheng Tianchu was much worse in all aspects. Helping him to be the successor was actually quite risky, but Zheng Dongjue had no choice. The other younger generation of the Zheng family was even worse than Zheng Tianchu. If he didn't choose Zheng Tianchu, who else could he choose? Grandpa, don't be angry. Actually, grandson is only thinking about Tian-chan to be able to inherit my cousin's will. It's not that I don't want to improve, it's just to solve an obsession. Grandpa, didn't you also say that in the process of cultivation, there can't be obsession? Zheng Tianchu quibbled with his neck shrinking. Zheng Dongjue looked at him resentfully. How could Zheng Tianchu's little thoughts escape his eyes? However, it was a harmless matter for a man to be lustful. He was also at this age. As long as he could get his wish, he naturally wouldn't be so obsessed in the future. Let's wait and see first. Don't act rashly during this period of time. I still haven't figured out how well the will of heaven has recovered. However, last time when Tiandan Pavilion opened, he showed his hand in front of everyone and scared shopkeeper Diao away. Zheng Dongjue comforted. Chapter 41-21. It's only been a few days. His strength hasn't fully recovered, that's for sure. But with his domineering strength as the top nascent soul cultivator, even if he only recovered half of his strength, he's still a monster that can't be underestimated. It's the stupidest thing to recklessly clash with him. Zheng Dongjue warned sternly. Based on his performance this time, he's still very considerate of Tian-chan. If you provoke Tian-chan at this time, if he wants to kill you, even I can't save you. Zheng Tianchu was shocked. He only wanted to get Tian-chan, but he never thought about this. If it was someone else, they might not dare to do anything to him because of Zheng Dongjue, but if it was the will of heaven, he might not give his grandfather face. Compared to his own life, no matter how great the temptation of his sister-in-law, Tian-chan, was, Zheng Tianchu could only choose to endure it for now. He nodded helplessly. All right then, I'll do whatever Grandpa says. Don't worry. Even if Tian-chan moves out of the pill hall, she's still the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family. What's yours will never escape. Just wait and see. Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianchu looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. Medicine Sect, Middle Island Market. Diao Huanshan respectfully sat opposite a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. This person was the shopkeeper of their medicine sect, Tong Yang's. Shopkeeper Tong, you must help me this time. In order to take in this small Tiandan pavilion, I've lost all my face. I'm doing this for our medicine sect, and it concerns the image of our entire medicine sect. You can't just sit back and do nothing, Diao Huanshan complained gloomily. Relying on their strong position in the Elixir Alliance, they went to take in this newly opened small elixir shop and completely turned it into their puppet. This was the medicine sect's usual method of expansion. This method was tried and tested. Ordinary small shops didn't dare to go against the medicine sect at all. Because they didn't have a strong background, no other powerful figures and forces would stand up for them and offend the medicine sect. It had always been none of their business. Hang it up high. However, they did not expect that this time, they would kick an iron plate in front of this unprepossessing Tiandan pavilion. The Vice Island Master of Middle Island, the Will of Heaven, was such a tyrannical super expert. Not to mention their medicine sect, even their backer did not dare to easily provoke him. But no matter what, Diao Huanshan couldn't swallow this humiliation. He was thrown out in front of so many people. If he didn't find a way to get back at them, how could he survive in the Middle Island market in the future? Don't even think about raising your head when you walk out of the door. Brother Diao, you've really been wrong this time. Whether it's me or the medicine sect, we'll keep this matter in mind. You can rest assured about this. Tong Yangsuo comforted him with a stylized smile. Diao Huanshan frowned when he heard this. Something didn't seem right. What was the use of remembering it? Manager Tong, I've thought about it carefully these past few days. We really can't afford to provoke someone like the Will of Heaven, but if we just try to fix up Tiandan Pavilion, and as long as we don't go about it, we can use some small tricks to squeeze it. After all, the Will of Heaven isn't an expert. He won't come forward for such a small matter, right? Diao Huanshan didn't give up and suggested. Brother Diao, haven't you paid attention to the rumors outside these past few days? Kai Zhongyang from 5 Elements Commerce has already greeted the Elixir Alliance. Tiandan Pavilion, their Elixir Hall, and 5 Elements Commerce are all on the same side. If we use insidious tricks to deal with them, we'll have to bear the consequences. Tong Yangsuo looked at Diao Huanshan in surprise. Even 5 Elements Commerce came forward? Diao Huanshan choked instantly. Unwillingness was written all over his face. Although Tiandan Pavilion was Tian Chan's property, even 5 Elements Commerce came forward to protect it. This was really unexpected. Deputy Island Master the Will of Heaven wasn't enough. Now, 5 Elements Commerce came, and it even involved the Elixir Hall behind it. How could this small Tiandan Pavilion have such a big background? So, although this Tiandan Pavilion is small, it really isn't a good place to provoke. Our boss behind the scenes told us to stop for a while and avoid the sharp edge for now. We'll wait and see what happens. Tong Yangsuo conveyed the order. All right, I'll follow the order. Diao Huanshan nodded helplessly. Then he didn't forget to complain, but the boss is really too much. That Tian Chan came from the Elixir Hall, and they can't even interfere. Sure. Brother Diao, be careful with your words. Tong Yangsuo was shocked. He hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet, then said, "There's no use complaining. Let's focus on the auction event first. It's going to start in 2 days. As far as I know, that Tiandan Pavilion seems to have already registered to participate." Are you serious? What can they auction with that little property of theirs? Do they think they're awesome because they have the support of the Will of Heaven? Diao Huanshan was shocked when he heard that. For businesses, the auction event of Middle Island had always been qualified to participate in the auction. Ordinary small businesses couldn't take out anything decent. They didn't even have the qualification to register, let alone take the opportunity to earn money and spirit jades. They probably want to use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Didn't you say that they put out quite a lot of 4th-grade elixirs? Although it's a little low level in Middle Island, it's still barely enough to register. Tong Yangsuo then smiled coldly and said, "But this is good. It gives us a chance to suppress them openly. Let's hurry up and prepare. This time, we can't let them get what they want. We have to beat them." This way, even the Will of Heaven and 5 Elements Commerce can't say anything. Diao Huanshan nodded in agreement. A few days later, the auction event of Middle Island officially began. As the top auction event of Middle Island and even the 5 big islands of Heaven stage, its specifications were naturally unparalleled. This could be seen from the venue alone. It was the center of Middle Island, the Middle Cauldron Mountain. Those who could enter Middle Pinnacle Mountain either had a strong background from a super sect or had extraordinary strength. As the saying went, there were no weaklings. This was the natural threshold of Middle Island's auction event. The specific location of the auction was on a very famous mountain peak in Middle Pinnacle Mountain. It was called 10,000 Sky Peak. On the platform of the mountain peak that had a circumference of a few miles, there were countless huge rocks scattered. Because the huge rocks were of strange shapes, each one was different. When one looked up, one could see countless shapes of the sky. That was how the name 10,000 Sky Peak came about. Chapter 41:22. This time, although Tiandan Pavilion had registered to participate in the auction, the representatives were the will of heaven, who had recently returned to the martial world and received much attention, as well as Tianchan. As for Lin Yi, he appeared alone with Kai Zhongyang because he planned to bid for some treasures in this rare auction event. According to his past experience, it was very likely that he would offend some people, and it was also possible that he would be coveted after he got the treasures. If Lin Yi appeared as the shopkeeper of Tiandan Pavilion, he might bring trouble to Tiandan Pavilion. Pavilion A12, please follow me. Reception messengers were arranged everywhere in the venue to serve the many big shots present. Not only did they lead the way, but they also provided one-to-one service for all matters related to the auction. They were extremely thoughtful and experienced. It was the first time that Lin Yi had come to the 10,000 Sky Peak. Naturally, he was secretly surprised by the rare spectacle of the strange stone pavilions. Kai Zhongyang, who was beside him, explained with a smile, "There are a total of hundreds of pavilions and tea houses here, and they are divided into 4 grades from good to bad. During the auction, they have always been allocated according to the strength and background of the participants. Those who can get Pavilion A12 can be counted on one hand." Lin Yi nodded. Although Kai Zhongyang could not be compared with the real big shots of the sex in terms of strength and status, he represented the giant 5 elements commerce this time, so it was reasonable that he was arranged to Pavilion A12. At the same time, Lin Yi turned his head subconsciously and found that not far away, the will of heaven was leading Tianchan to Pavilion A9. His ranking was even higher than the two of them. However, on second thought, even though the current Heavenly Dan Pavilion was still not up to par, it could not withstand the great reputation of a legendary expert like Tianxing. As the once all-powerful Vice Island Master of Middle Island, it was not strange for him to be valued so highly by the organizers now that he had recovered from his injuries. Under the guidance of the reception messenger, Lin Yi followed Kai Zhongyang to Pavilion A12. Because the position was much higher than other ordinary pavilions, the view was excellent. It was also very close to the auction booth in the center. It was indeed a rare good position. He chatted leisurely with Kai Zhongyang as he watched the crowd enter. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This scene, this grandeur. The auction at the extreme North Island paled quite a bit compared to this. After a while, the auction of Middle Island officially began. When the auctioneer appeared on the auction booth in the center, everyone's eyes lit up. It was a graceful and beautiful woman. She wore a light and translucent white dress, and the hot and exquisite wonderful curves were hidden in it. The dress swayed gently with the breeze, and the beautiful scene that flashed by intentionally or unintentionally was simply fascinating. In particular, this woman was not like those young girls who were 17 or 18 years old, but about 30 years old. Her whole body exuded a mature charm that made any man unable to resist. Beside her, there was another blonde girl who was similarly good-looking but dressed in revealing clothes. She was holding a silver plate as she stood by the side. She complimented her dignified and intellectual appearance and was very pleasing to the eye. This scene really made all the men present swallow their saliva. The organizers could be said to have taken great pains. Just the 2 women standing on the stage had already attracted the attention of all the people present. Only Lin Yi was quite indifferent to this. With so many beautiful female confidants, his resistance to beautiful women had long been far beyond ordinary people. He came to participate in the auction, not to see beautiful women. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's auction of Middle Island officially begins. Let's look at the first auction item. Although this female auctioneer looked dignified and holy, her tone and voice were very coquettish. If you paid attention, you could even find that she gently licked her tongue seductively. But Lin Yi's attention was not on her. His eyes fell on the silver plate of the blonde girl next to her. He opened the red cloth above and revealed a weapon that looked like a knife. The first auction item is the meteor blade provided by the rich and powerful families. This is a weapon of the foundation establishment stage. Its blade is as thin as a wing, and after infusing it with true qi, its speed is like a meteor. It is unavoidable and indestructible. It is the first choice of many close combat masters. The base price is 3,000 spirit jade. The female auctioneer introduced with confidence. This meteor blade looks not bad. Lin Yi secretly praised it, but he didn't mean to buy it. Although he was short of weapons of the foundation establishment stage, the king of junk had already cast half of the weapons. At this time, it would not make much sense to get a meteor blade. After all, weapons were different from elixirs. They could not be bought and used. It would take a lot of time to specially practice them before they could be used in actual combat. However, although Lin Yi didn't want it, there were many others who were interested. After all, the appearance of this meteor blade looked very good. 3,100 spiritual jades. Someone immediately shouted out a bid. In this auction, every bid must be at least 100 spirit jade, so this could only be regarded as a test. 3,200 spirit jade. Someone immediately raised the price. 3,500 spirit jade. Then someone was not willing to be outdone. After a short while, under the continuous bidding of the female auctioneer, the price had been raised to 5,500 spirit jade. Lin Yi, who was watching coldly, also found a pattern. These people who bid were concentrated in the Pavilion D, which was the lowest area of the auction. This was not surprising. People who could come to the auction of the Middle Island were all big shots with deep backgrounds. Those who were interested in a weapon of the foundation establishment stage must only be in the foundation establishment stage. Of course, they could only be regarded as the lowest existence here. In the end, this meteor blade was won by someone at the price of 6,000 spirit jade. After the hammer was hammered, this meteor blade was directly handed to the person by the receptionist. At the same time, the person also took out the spirit jade card and swiped it on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. This process was simple and direct enough. The typical payment in goods were settled on the spot. However, the spirit jade card, which was rare in the North Island, seemed to be very common in the Middle Island. Now, let's invite the second auction item. It is the highest grade spirit jade provided by the all-access auction. The base price is 1,000 spirit jade. Everyone please look. The female auctioneer reached out to remove the covering cloth. Then, on the silver plate, a large super spirit jade appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 41:23. However, as soon as the female auctioneer's voice fell, the scene fell into a brief silence. No one was willing to bid. After all, no matter how rare this item was, it was only a piece of spiritual jade in the end, and not some other rare and precious treasure. Although it could be used to assist in cultivation, its effects obviously could not be compared to pills and the like. If it was purely based on the exchange of volume, this super spiritual jade could at most be exchanged for 100 spiritual jades, which was already the limit. However, the starting price was already 1,000 spiritual jades. It was simply blind to bid based on this point. No matter how many spiritual jades there were, they should not be wasted like this. However, since the organizer dared to call a starting price of 1,000 spiritual jades, it was not completely unreasonable. It should be known that even on Heaven Stage Island where strength was respected, there were still many people who liked to be cultured. This super spiritual jade did not have many other uses, but for jade carving enthusiasts, its value was not small. Unfortunately, from the awkward situation at the scene, it seemed that there were no jade carving enthusiasts here. No matter how much the female auctioneer tried to exaggerate, no one was willing to waste spiritual jades and rashly bid. It was about to be auctioned off. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly opened his mouth. 1,100 spiritual jades. The audience was surprised, and their eyes immediately focused on the A12 pavilion. Even Kai Zhongyang, who was sitting next to Lin Yi, could not help but be slightly stunned. Young hero Lin, I didn't expect you to have this hobby. I didn't realize it before. This old man has a few friends who are also people in this field. When we go back, I can introduce you to them. You will have a common language. Kai Zhongyang laughed. Lin Yi smiled noncommittally and didn't say anything. In fact, a pragmatic person like him wouldn't be interested in jade carvings at all. He was just here to watch the show, and didn't even think about bidding. The reason for this? The reason was all because of the ghost. He suddenly used his divine sense to remind Lin Yi that this super spiritual jade was a rare thing. Only then did Lin Yi change his mind and bid. At this moment, when the audience saw that the person who made the bid was number 12, their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy, but there was also a hint of schadenfreude. From their point of view, only a young master of that level would waste his spiritual jades on something that was not practical at all. However, the more the other party wasted, the more they enjoyed watching the show. In any case, it wasn't their spirit jades that were being destroyed. This situation, on the other hand, wasn't a bad thing for Lin. As long as no one was bidding against him, he didn't mind being laughed at by these people who didn't know what was going on. The feeling of making a fortune in silence was pretty good. However, just as Lin Yi thought that he was in the bag and the female auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, someone suddenly called out from the nearby pavilion A15, 1,500 spirit jades. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. When he heard the voice, he turned his head to look. When he saw the person's appearance, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. It was a familiar face. Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shenjin, and that bitch Sidiqian was sitting beside him. 2,000 spirit jades. Lin immediately increased the price. Even if the other party wasn't the adulterous couple Wei Shenjin and Sidiqian, he was still determined to get this super spiritual jades under the guidance of that damned thing. Now that the road was narrow for enemies, there was no reason for him to give in. 2,500 spirit jades. Wei Shenjin frowned and continued to increase the price. 3,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi said without raising his head. The audience was instantly in an uproar. In their eyes, the starting price of 1,000 spirit jades for this super spirit jade was already a loss. Now, it had actually soared to 3,000 spirit jades in the blink of an eye. These disciples of the A class really had too many spirit jades to spend. 3,500 spirit jades. Wei Shenjin gritted his teeth and said, 4,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi still had an indifferent expression on his face. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression, and he didn't even look like he was heartbroken. Lin Yi didn't lack spiritual jades. Now that he had the Tiandan Pavilion, a money-making machine that made tens of thousands of spiritual jades a day, he was even richer than ordinary people. A mere few thousand spirit jades was nothing to him. I bid 5,000 spirit jades. Wei Shenjin didn't want to be outdone. He didn't wait for Lin Yi to continue bidding. He walked to the side of the pavilion and cupped his fists. I am Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shenjin. My wife has taken a fancy to this supreme-grade spiritual jades and wants to use it to make a pair of wedding accessories. I hope that everyone can be tolerant and make things convenient for us. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but look at each other. Snow Sword Faction wasn't a small faction in the Middle Island. Being able to obtain Pavilion A15 in this auction was already an affirmation of their strength and status. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them. Moreover, since Wei Shenjin had already said that, ordinary people would probably have to give him face. After all, this super spiritual jades weren't something important. It wasn't worth it to provoke a powerful opponent for this flashy but impractical spiritual jades. When the auctioneer saw this, he frowned. Wei Shenjin's behavior was completely breaking the rules of their auction. If everyone followed his example, they wouldn't have to auction it in public. They would have discussed it in private. However, no matter what, Wei Shenjin was still an A-ranked guest. Furthermore, this super spiritual jades could fetch a high price of 5,000 spirit jades. This was already far beyond their expectations. So, they turned a blind eye to it. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, Lin Yi slowly said, 5,100 spirit jades. Originally, Wei Shenjin was already determined to win. When he heard that, he instantly froze on the spot. His expression became incomparably ugly. As for the other people present, they were also discussing in low voices. They were secretly shocked at Lin Yi's identity. He was truly worthy of being able to sit in Pavilion A12. His background was so deep that he didn't even put Snow Sword faction in his eyes. When Wei Shenjin just finished speaking, this guy immediately bid 5,100. Previously, it was still 500 and 500. Now, it suddenly increased to 100. This was simply a slap in the face. They didn't know where this young man came from. Look, the person sitting beside him is Kai Zhongyang from 5 Elements Commerce. Could it be that this young man is from 5 Elements Commerce? A sharp-eyed person below the stage discussed. I've been going to 5 Elements Commerce frequently recently. I've never seen this person before. Could he be a disciple from the Pill Hall? The Pill Hall and 5 Elements Commerce are one entity. This is very possible. Someone else guessed. Chapter 41-24. At the same time, in Pavilion A15, Siduqian complained bitterly, "Brother Wei, I really like that piece of spiritual jade. It would be great to use it as a wedding accessory. You can't just back off like this." "I know." Wei Shenjin nodded with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and raised the price, 5,500 spiritual jades. Even if he was a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, even if he was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, he would still be heartbroken to waste so many spiritual jades for such a super spiritual jade. Unfortunately, even so, Lin Yi would not let him and Siduqian get what they wanted. 5,600 spiritual jades. Lin Yi continued to raise the price without changing his expression. "Good. Very good. Very good." Wei Shenjin looked at Lin Yi coldly and snorted, "My friend, I will remember you." "I will remember you too." Lin Yi immediately replied with a cold smile, "Originally, I could have bought it for 1,100 spiritual jades. You raised the price to this. Very good. Let's wait and see then." Wei Shenjin was so angry that he laughed. Even though he was a little worried about Lin Yi sitting next to Kai Zhongyang, he could not lose in this situation. Moreover, in his opinion, even if this guy knew Kai Zhongyang, it did not mean that he was a member of the Pill Hall. Even if he was a member of the Pill Hall, it did not mean that his position was very high. As a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, it was not that he did not have the confidence to take revenge. As long as he did it cleanly and did not reveal any flaws, it would be fine. Wei Shenjin's undisguised threat was a rare scene in the eyes of the bystanders. However, Lin Yi did not intend to pay attention to him at all. From the secular world to the heavenly stage island, he had heard this kind of threat more than 100 times. If he took it seriously every time, Lin Yi would not be able to remember it and would not have the leisure to do so. Young hero Lin. This old man has heard of this Wei Shenjin before. He is the rising star of the Snow Sword School's younger generation. Both his strength and methods are very shrewd and ruthless. You should be careful. Don't give him an opportunity to use underhanded methods, warned Kai Zhongyang with some concern. Although in the cultivation world, the most important thing was one's own strength. Wei Shenjin was a master in the early stage of the gold elixir realm. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yi, who was only at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, was no match for Wei Shenjin. Don't worry, Elder Kai. Anyway, I've been enemies with him for a long time. What's the difference? Lin Yi shook his head indifferently. Thinking of the enmity between Lin Yi, Sydney, and the Snow Sword School, Kai Zhongyang did not say anything more. He could only pay more attention to Lin Yi in the future. 5,600 spiritual jades. Even Wei Shenjin had no choice but to withdraw unwillingly. This price had already far exceeded the value of the super spiritual jades. Naturally, no one else would bid against it. Without a doubt, the super spiritual jades fell into Lin Yi's hands. Holding the super spiritual jades in his hands, Lin Yi was curious about its value. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was not good for him to test it. He could only put it aside for now. When he returned, he would ask that damn thing about it. As the next auction item went up on stage, the commotion caused by the super spiritual jades was quickly forgotten. After all, everyone had come here to bid for treasures. Watching the excitement was just a diversion. They would not pay attention to it for too long. The ones who would truly remember this matter were probably only the two parties involved. or in other words, only Wei Shenjin, who had lost face. Lin Yi would never pay too much attention to this kind of person. The next few auction items were each more valuable than the previous one. The lively crowd began to gradually shift from the lower-level area of the Ding family to the more competitive upper-level area. After all, they were the main force of this auction. However, these things could not enter Lin Yi's eyes. Either they were not to his taste, or their quality was not high enough. Although Lin Yi was still an expert at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm and was not considered a big shot in the Middle Island, where there were many strong people, his vision was not lower than the other big shots present. Especially because of the existence of the Tiandan Pavilion, he did not lack spiritual jades at all. On this side, Lin Yi did not make a bid. On the other side, Wei Shenjin did not want to be left out. He took a valuable golden core stage weapon. It was shaped like a hair clip. It was a divine weapon tailor-made for female cultivators. Although it did not have fatal attack power, after wearing it, there was a certain chance of increasing the defensive power. At the same level, a defensive weapon was far more valuable than an offensive weapon. After all, it was not easy to cultivate. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they cherished their own lives. A defensive weapon like the hair clip, which did not require much practice or even deliberate use, was even rarer. However, the defensive ability of this thing could only be considered average. It could resist a golden core stage expert's attack, but once it was a battle of a higher level, this thing was completely useless. The key point was that this was a golden core stage weapon. Currently, no one around Lin Yi could use it. Therefore, to him, this was a chicken rib. Otherwise, he would definitely intervene and not let it fall into the hands of Wei Shenjin. Brother Wei, you are so good to me. I have wanted this hair clip for a long time. Moreover, it is a rare golden core stage weapon. Can you help me put it on? I want to go back and let those foxes in the sect have a good look at it. They will be so jealous. Sidu Qian said sweetly. Wei Shenjin frowned slightly. However, he still nodded and agreed. He took the hair clip and helped her put it on. Sidu Qian took the opportunity to fall into his arms. The two's display of affection attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding people. Sidu Qian was not shy about this. Instead, she enjoyed this feeling. Wei Shenjin had always been her Prince Charming. Now that she had finally won him, of course, she wanted others to see their love and sweetness. What a pity! If we could get that supreme-grade spiritual jade as well, then this auction would be perfect. We just happen to lack a pair of wedding accessories, Brother Wei. Situ Qian complained in a dissatisfied tone. That blind kid thinks he can be arrogant just because he has Kai Zhongyang's support. He dares to ruin my plan. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Don't worry, I guarantee that he will not live past today. Wei Shenjin glanced coldly in the direction of A12. Yes, I knew that Brother Wei would not let me down. Situ Qian nodded. At the same time, Lin Yi also felt the malicious gazes of the two. However, he did not take it seriously and smiled faintly. He continued to watch the auction. Chapter 41-25. His attention returned to the auction. He had seen so many auction items in a row, but there was no treasure that made his eyes light up. Lin Yi was inevitably disappointed with this auction. However, at this moment, looking at the next auction item, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly froze. The next auction item is provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce. It is a high-tech product from the secular world. It is a single-lens reflex camera and a solar charger. The starting price is 20,000 spirit jades. The female auctioneer introduced the item in a seductive voice. Looking at the single-lens reflex camera on the silver plate, everyone's eyes were obviously a little more passionate. As for Lin Yi, he felt like he was struck by lightning at first glance. He was stunned in his seat for a long time. The same question kept repeating in his mind. How did he bring this up? Normally, if one wanted to use the teleportation array to land on the heavenly island, any high-tech and sophisticated item would be destroyed by the powerful pressure of nature. This was a problem that no one could avoid. The reason why Lin Yi could bring a mobile phone up was because of the jade space. No one else had such a heaven-defying cheating method. It couldn't be that there were other jade spaces in this world, right? However, the others present were not as shocked as Lin. Recently, there was a wave of technology craze on Middle Island. High-tech products from the secular world were simply popular on the entire island. Each of them could be sold at a sky-high price, but they were still highly sought after and in short supply. Central Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yi's heart quivered. Why is it this Chamber of Commerce again? Previously, Si Haishao suddenly became the North Island shopkeeper of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Now, this Central Chamber of Commerce actually magically obtained high-tech products from the secular world. Why does it feel a little strange? Young hero Lin, haven't you heard of it? This is a recently rising Chamber of Commerce. No one can find out who its backer is, but it suddenly sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. According to our calculations, its current scale should be close to our 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce's, Kai Zhongyang explained to him when he saw the scene on the side. So exaggerated? Isn't that a little scary? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. 5 Elements Commerce had a strong backing like the Pill Hall. It had been the undisputed #1 Chamber of Commerce for so many years. If it was another super Chamber of Commerce with a deep foundation, such as the Hong Chamber of Commerce, trying to catch up, it would be more understandable. However, this Central Chamber of Commerce was a new Chamber of Commerce that had suddenly risen. It's not just you, young hero Lin. All of us in the industry are more shocked than you. But no matter how unbelievable it is, they still did it. Perhaps it won't be long before this Central Chamber of Commerce takes over the leading position and becomes a legend in the business world. Kai Zhongyang sighed with a sigh. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding people were shouting out bids one after another. In just a short while, the price had already reached the height of 50,000 spirit jades. Everyone was far from giving up. This is too exaggerated. Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless. In the secular world, this is something that can be found everywhere. It's not rare, and it's not worth much at all. But it can actually be sold for such a sky-high price here. My Tiandan Pavilion's daily sales can't even compare to a digital camera. What kind of world is this? The rarer something is, the greater its value. This is an unchanging truth. Although this thing was common in the secular world, it was a rare treasure on the heavenly island. It might even be the only one that could be found in a scorpion's poop. It's not strange at all that it can be sold for such a sky-high price. Kai Zhongyang sighed. Be that as it may, but in the eyes of a common world person like me, this is still too ridiculous. Back in the common world, even the lowest level, trashy elixir was worth at least 1,000 times more than a DSLR camera, but now it's the other way around. It's unbelievable. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, still feeling like it was unreal. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Incredible is right. The emergence of this Central Chamber of Commerce itself is incredible. It almost relied on its own strength to set off a technological craze in the entire Central Island, and it has a tendency to sweep through the other 4 islands. Everything here is a huge profit. Every time it is sold, it will snowball faster and faster, and it will become bigger and bigger. It's simply unstoppable. Kai Zhongyang shook his head helplessly. This sudden rise of the Central Chamber of Commerce was so mysterious and powerful that it had now become a target that all the Chamber of Commerce forces must take seriously. Perhaps if they were not careful, it was not impossible for them to be swallowed by it in the future. Since this Central Chamber of Commerce can sell these technological products from the secular world, doesn't that mean that it has a way to travel between the secular world and Heavenly Island? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Central Chamber of Commerce only sold 1 or 2 items, it might be possible that its behind-the-scenes owner brought it all at once through some special means, nothing more. However, it was now focusing on technological products. If it wanted to supply such a large-scale product, it was impossible to bring it all at once. It must have its own unique supply method. With the conditions of Heavenly Island, it was simply unrealistic to want to produce it here. The goods could only come from the secular world. In other words, the people of this Central Chamber of Commerce must be able to freely travel between the secular world and Heavenly Island. If not, there must be a way to travel between the 2 worlds, otherwise it would be impossible to explain all of this. This guess was absolutely reasonable. Moreover, Lin Yi had long been wondering how his cheap master Zhang Liju, whom he had yet to meet, had returned to the secular world back then. That damn thing had turned into such a cowardly state after a trip back, yet his cheap master had returned with no problems at all. Now that the doubts of the Central Chamber of Commerce were confirmed, it was enough to prove that returning to the secular world from Heavenly Island wasn't completely impossible, it was very possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a burning passion in his heart. After being on Heavenly Island for so long, he would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't miss his friends and brothers in the secular world at all. If there was a way to go back and see them, it would be a huge wish of his. Of course, guesses were just guesses. Lin Yi also knew that with his current identity, it was simply impossible for him to go to the Central Chamber of Commerce to ask about this. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even if the top bosses of the Five Elements Commerce and the Hong Chamber of Commerce came forward, they wouldn't even bother with them. Probably, but no one knows what exactly is going on. We don't even know who the behind-the-scenes owner of this Central Chamber of Commerce is, so it's even more impossible to find out about these core secrets. Kai Zhongyang smiled and said. Chapter 41-26. Core secret. They rely on this to continue to develop and grow. This is their way of making money. It is indeed impossible to disclose. Lin Yi nodded. That's right. One thing we can be sure of is that they must have some special channels to get these things from the secular world. However, they will never reveal even half a word about it. Just like our Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, there are some special and rare medicinal herbs that can't be found in the outside world. It's also very difficult to find them in the deep mountains, but only we can artificially cultivate them. This is our secret. The Chamber of Commerce relies on this to maintain its core competitiveness. In the end, this SLR camera was sold for a sky-high price of 68,000 spirit jades, and the next few auction items, all provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce, were also technological products from the secular world. Walkie-talkies, surveillance cameras, foot bathtubs, even all kinds of canned food from the secular world appeared. Although they were not as practical as a group of technological products, because of their rarity, they were also sold at a high price, which shocked Lin Yi and made him secretly envious. Casually making some common things from the secular world, almost without any cost, could sell them at such an amazing price on Heaven Stage Island. Was there a more profitable business than this in the world? What was exorbitant profit? This was the real exorbitant profit, shocking the world. Lin Yi felt that alchemy was already enough to make exorbitant profits of spirit jades, but compared with the Central Chamber of Commerce, it was simply incomparable. If he could figure out the secret of the Central Chamber of Commerce traveling between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world, with Lin Yi's means and the assistance of an artifact like the space of the Jade Pendant, even if there was only one person doing this business, it would definitely not be much worse than the Central Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this could only be a casual thought at the moment. The key was the secret. He could only wait for the opportunity to slowly dig it out. However, no matter how good the Central Chamber of Commerce was at keeping their secrets, but there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. He believed that one day he'd be able to grasp this secret, and then he'd be able to return to the common world. Starting from the SLR camera, there were a total of 10 items, all of which were technological products from the Central Chamber of Commerce, each of which was sold at a staggering price, detonating the first peak of this Middle Island auction festival. For a moment, the name of the Central Chamber of Commerce was firmly engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Even those who had never bought anything from it would definitely have a deep impression of it and would not easily forget it. However, the name of another shop immediately entered everyone's line of sight. Moreover, it had only used a few pills in total, yet it had almost achieved the same effect as the Central Chamber of Commerce. Its name was Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Let's move on to the next item. The Tiandan Pavilion, which had recently opened in the Zhongdao market, came from an unknown small business, but the auction items it offered were not simple at all. I don't think I need to go into detail about the effects of a top-grade gold core. The starting price is 30,000 spirit jades, the female auctioneer said with a smile. Before his voice died away, everyone's breathing suddenly became heavy. A gold core was extremely rare, not to mention a gold core of the highest quality. To any golden core stage expert, it was simply a fatal temptation, and they would not hesitate to go bankrupt for it. Gold core, as the name suggested, was the same as the foundation establishment pill. After taking it, one could break through a level, but the difference between it and the latter was that it was effective for golden core stage experts. The rarity of a gold core was not only because this kind of fifth-grade pill was difficult to refine, but also because its refining materials were extremely difficult to find. One of the most important and core materials was the 10,000 crossing golden dan fruit. Lin Yi had 3 10,000 crossing golden dan fruit, but it was a fruit after all, and it was not convenient to store it for a long time. After a long time, it was easy to lose its medicinal properties, so Lin Yi used it to refine it into a gold core. 3 myriad crossing golden dan fruits, and 5 golden cores were made. This was the biggest harvest he'd gotten in the past while he'd been concocting. Young hero Lin, a supreme grade golden core, this is an unprecedented amount of wealth. Kai Zhongyang, who was at the side, knew for the first time that Lin Yi actually took this thing out for auction, and he could not help but exclaim. One must know that this gold core, even in the 5 elements commerce, was a good thing that could be used as a last resort, let alone a gold core of the highest quality that could only be found by chance. I can't bear to part with it, but in order to promote the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion, I was forced to go all out. You can't catch the wolf if you don't sacrifice the child. Lin Yi replied with a bitter smile. This was the truth. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the gold core, no one would want to auction off their gold core. In the eyes of any normal person, that was simply stupid. However, if a gold core of the highest quality could be exchanged for a meteoric rise in Tiandan Pavilion, then it would not be a loss. This time, Lin Yi really put in a lot of effort. 40,000 spiritual jades. From the beginning, this competition for a gold core of the highest quality could only fall into the hands of the big shots in Area A. Everyone in the other areas could only be envious, because they did not have the capital to do so. 50,000 spiritual jades, 70,000 spiritual jades, 90,000 spiritual jades. The previous auction items, even the technological products taken out by the Central Chamber of Commerce, only increased by a few thousand spiritual jades. Now that it was the gold core of the highest quality, it increased by 20,000 spiritual jades, which made people's blood boil when they heard it. In the blink of an eye, the bidding broke through the 100,000 spiritual jades threshold with an unstoppable momentum, and it was still rising crazily. No one found it strange because it was a matter of course. Even if it was a gold core of the lowest quality, it would cost at least 30,000 spiritual jades in the 5 elements commerce, and a slightly better one would cost 50,000 spiritual jades, or even more. And this gold core of the highest quality, if it fell into the hands of a talented gold core expert, could directly break through 1.5 levels. The success rate was far higher than that of ordinary quality. If one could get 100,000 spiritual jades, it would be a blessing. Unfortunately, this was the auction event of Middle Island, and everyone in Area A was from a rich family. If they really wanted it, 100,000 spiritual jades was just the starting price for them. For such a good thing that everyone coveted, Wei Shenjin, who was in the early stage of the gold core realm, was naturally drooling. Unfortunately, his capital could not be compared to the other young masters of sex with rich backgrounds. When he saw that the bidding price had exceeded 100,000 spiritual jades, he could only give up. No matter how much he thought, he did not have enough spiritual jades, so he could only admit defeat. In the end, this gold core of the highest quality, at the sky-high price of 170,000 spiritual jades, was bought by a young man in Pavilion A. Chapter 41:27. Lin Yi glanced at him. This young man's background was probably so deep that it could not be any more. 170,000 spiritual jades, but he didn't even bat an eyelid from beginning to end. It could be said that he regarded spiritual jades as dirt. This calmness could not be faked. As for the others, although they regretfully missed the opportunity to obtain a peak-grade golden core and there was only one in the entire auction, they still remembered the name of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. All of them secretly hoped that they would be lucky. They were thinking that they had to quickly find time to go to this unknown little shop to take a look. Although it was not famous, since this Heavenly Dan pavilion was able to make a peak-grade gold core, then maybe there was a second one. Who could say for sure? After that, Lin Yi also put out 3 best Jindan bottleneck-breaking elixirs. Like the Jindan, they were also of the 5th grade, but the price was much lower than that of the best Jindan. The final transaction price of the 3 supreme-grade golden core bottleneck-breaking pills was only 130,000 spirit jades, and this was all thanks to the supreme-grade golden core, which had whetted everyone's appetite. Otherwise, the price would have been even lower. However, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had already achieved a great victory in this auction. Not only did the 4 elixirs sold for a sky-high price of 300,000 spirit jades, Lin Yi earned a huge sum of money. More importantly, the name Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had already been firmly engraved in everyone's heart, just like the name of the Merchant Association in the Central Island. From now on, the name of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had spread throughout the entire island. As for the medicine sect, Tong Yangsui and Diao Huanshan, who had been thinking of suppressing Tiandan Pavilion before at this time, they didn't even mention it. From the moment the best Jindan was put out, they had been shocked speechless. They knew that all the preparations they had made before were stupid and futile. Looking at this situation in the eyes of the people present, this newly opened small Tiandan Pavilion was probably much more attractive than their old medicine sect, which made them depressed to the point of collapse. However, they were helpless and could only look at each other in dismay. First, there was the strong rise of the Central Chamber of Commerce, and then there was the unknown Tiandan Pavilion. Today's auction in Zhongdao had become a special event for these two. All the other auction items before and after the auction did not create as much of a sensation as these two, nor did they leave a deep impression on people like these two. The auction continued in an orderly manner, although rare treasures continued to appear. However, it was not as eye-catching as before. However, when it was nearing the end, the Central Chamber of Commerce once again released a piece of heavy news. The next auction item is provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce. It's very special. It's not a heavenly material or earthly treasure, it's not a divine weapon or medicinal pill, and it's not a rare treasure either. It's just a letter. The female auctioneer paused on purpose. As expected, the crowd burst into an uproar when they heard the words Central Chamber of Commerce. Their eyes lit up. They didn't expect it to be a letter. What kind of treasure was this? Unexpectedly, the female auctioneer's next words shocked them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a visit to you. Do you have any relatives in the secular world? Were there any descendants? Do you have friends? If you do you want to contact them but have no way?" Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched. Thinking of the secret that the Central Chamber of Commerce could travel to and from the secular world, he had already guessed the meaning of this letter. This letter provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce can give you this opportunity. This is not a regular auction. As long as you have a fixed price of 100,000 spirit jades, you can get a chance to communicate with the secular world by letter. Don't think that this is a scam, because this is a two-way service. As long as your letter is delivered to the secular world, the Central Chamber of Commerce will bring you a reply, so it's not a scam. The female auctioneer attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. The letter delivery service provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce was meaningless to most of the people present because they had nothing to do with the secular world. Naturally, there was no need for them to write a letter. However, for some special groups of people, this was an unexpected opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Some still had families and friends in the secular world. Some were even like Lin Yi, cultivators who came from the secular world. Suddenly hearing this service, it would be a lie to say that they weren't excited. However, just to write a letter, they had to pay a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit jades. This price was really unbearable. If 100,000 spirit jades could be used to bid for some rare treasure, then it could be of help to one's strength. But this letter, other than relieving homesickness, what else could it be used for? Could it be used to survive, or could it be used to improve one's strength? Wasting 100,000 spiritual jades just to get someone to deliver a letter. This kind of thing was definitely a scam. There were not many people who had such a strong capital. In the eyes of most people, only a fool with water in his head would do such a stupid thing that made people speechless. However, after a moment of silence, there was finally someone who took the bait. "Count me in." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and was the first to speak. This time, he had earned 300,000 spirit jades from auctioning the elixirs. Although 100,000 spirit jades was ridiculously expensive, he could still afford it. To be honest, in the past 6 months on the heaven-level island, Lin Yi's concern for the secular world grew stronger day by day. Almost every day, he would think about the current situation over there. Was everything going smoothly, or did something unexpected happen? It was just that he had no way of contacting them, so he could only suppress this worry and longing in his heart. But now, suddenly, the Central Chamber of Commerce suddenly fell from the sky and provided this kind of letter delivery service. For Lin Yi, it was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Even if he knew that there might be risks, he couldn't help but want to give it a try. It was only 100,000 spirit jades, he could afford to gamble. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Pavilion A12 again. There was mockery and suspicion, and there was a lot of discussion. What is this kid's background? At this moment, Wei Shenjin had the same question in his heart as everyone else. Although he had already made up his mind to find a chance to get rid of this troublesome kid, Lin Yi's behavior still made him unable to help but feel nervous. Sitting together with Kai Zhongyang, he could conveniently take out 100,000 spirit jades, and he also had a connection with the secular world. These three halos superimposed together made Lin Yi's identity even more mysterious and unpredictable, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. After Lin Yi took the lead, there were a few people in the hall who immediately bid for this service. 3 of them came from Area A, and 1 from Area B. They should all be people with deep backgrounds. It was unknown whether they were cultivators from the secular world like Lin Yi, or whether they had relatives in the secular world. Chapter 41:28. After bidding for this service, the receptionist immediately sent each of them a stack of fine paper. The quality was excellent, and it was engraved with the seal of the Central Chamber of Commerce. This was specially prepared for them as a letter. Lin Yi didn't say anything and immediately bent over the table to write, describing his experiences in the past half a year on Sky Class Island, all kinds of things big and small. He especially emphasized that he had found Sydney and Tian Chan, telling them not to worry. As for the recipients of this letter, there was a long list of names. Not only were there Song Lingshan, Sun Jingyi, and other close female friends, but also his lackeys. Lin Yi believed that no matter which one of them received this letter, it would be seen by everyone and circulated among each other. After writing, Lin Yi immediately stuffed the letter into an exquisite envelope and stamped it with a wax seal. Only then did he hand it over to the receptionist beside him, asking him to send it to the Central Chamber of Commerce. At this time, the auction of Middle Island had just ended, and it was time to leave. "Young hero Lin, you'd better come with me, or you can meet up with Elder Sky and the others. It's best not to act alone at this time, just in case." Kai Zhongyang gave Lin Yi a look and pointed to the A15 pavilion on the other side. At this moment, Wei Shenjin's sinister gaze just happened to look over. "No need, Elder Kai, you go back first. I can take care of this small matter myself." Lin Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. He knew that this time, Wei Shenjin would definitely take revenge on him. After all, he was an early-stage Golden Core Master. Not only was he taking revenge for Sydney, but even if it was just for the sake of eliminating hidden dangers, he had to find a way to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. If he went back with Kai Zhongyang or the Will of Heaven today, then no matter how bold Wei Shenjin was, he wouldn't dare to make a move against him in front of these two. He would definitely choose to endure and look for opportunities to take revenge in the future. This was not a good thing for Lin Yi. Rather than giving the initiative to his opponent, he might as well show a flaw and lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Yi believed that if Wei Shenjin found out that he was alone, that guy would definitely not be able to hold back. As long as he was prepared in advance, this would be the best opportunity to counterattack. "Very well. You need to be careful. No matter what, that fellow is a core disciple of Snow Sword faction. Do not force yourself. Do you understand? Kai Zhongyang saw that Lin Yi was so insistent, so he could only warn him. Don't worry, Elder Kai. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi nodded. After descending from the Wan Tian Peak, Lin Yi immediately parted ways with Kai Zhongyang. Wei Shenjin, who was trailing far behind, saw this and his eyes lit up. He had been worried that Lin Yi would leave with Kai Zhongyang. He did not expect the opportunity to come so soon. Qin, you go back first. I have something to do. Wei Shenjin immediately turned his head and instructed Sidu Qian, who was leaning against him. Brother Wei, I'll be waiting for your good news. I'll be waiting for your good news. Don't let that annoying fellow get away. Sidu Qian naturally knew what Wei Shenjin wanted to do. She immediately nodded in agreement. She was very confident in Wei Shenjin's strength. She was very confident in his strength. Wei Shenjin responded and immediately tailed Lin. He was far behind the crowd. His tracking ability was much better than an ordinary person's. If one did not pay attention, it would be very difficult to discover him. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's perception had long since locked onto him. No matter how he pretended, Lin Yi could see through him. He was just like a clown. Yet, he still thought that he was concealing his tracks and thinking that he was very clever. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were fewer and fewer people around. They had left the core area of Middle Island. Wei Shenjin began to gradually shorten the distance and was ready to attack Lin. He did not know who Lin Yi was, nor did he know where Lin Yi lived. But at least he knew that if he wanted to kill Lin Yi to vent his anger, today's opportunity must not be wasted. Once he missed it, he might not have such an opportunity in the future. Seeing that there weren't many people around, and seeing that Lin Yi had turned into a secluded alley, Wei Shenjin couldn't help but feel happy. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, and he hurriedly chased after Lin Yi, gathering his qi and preparing to attack. However, as soon as he turned the corner and saw the empty alley in front of him, Wei Shenjin was stunned. What the hell? Where did that guy go? Why is he gone? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above his head and flew towards Wei Shenjin. Wei Shenjin was shocked. Especially when he saw the person's face, he was even more shocked. This guy who suddenly appeared was the martial man who took Sydney away and injured him, Ling Yi. Good, there's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you want to barge in. Let's see how you die this time. Wei Shenjin was surprised and happy. He did not have the time to think about why Lin Yi suddenly disappeared and this martial man Ling Yi suddenly appeared here. He only had one thought at this moment, and that was to kill this martial man Ling Yi and take revenge for the failure last time. As a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, there was no doubt that Wei Shenjin's strength was strong. His reaction was not slow either. Almost in an instant, all the genuine qi in his body surged out, and the silver sword on his back was immediately unsheathed. The temperature within 1,000 feet suddenly dropped a lot, and there seemed to be snowflakes falling faintly. This was the sign of the Snow Sword faction's core martial technique. Once it was used, the surroundings would definitely be accompanied by snow. This time, Wei Shenjin had learned his lesson of underestimating his opponent. As long as he used his true strength, he did not believe that he could not kill this martial man Ling Yi. However, as soon as the snow-colored sword light flashed, it was mercilessly suppressed by a powerful genuine qi that descended from the sky. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a stream of pure qi, but a bomb, a terrifying killing move that combined pure qi bomb and pellet firebomb. Lin Yi had been gathering it since he came out of the auction house, waiting for this moment. Boom! In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Even with Middle Island's super high-grade protective array, everything within a radius of several miles was directly leveled to the ground without any suspense. Even the surrounding passers-by who were affected by this sudden change in expression. In this Middle Island, although Golden Core stage experts were not rare, such a strong aftershock was not something that ordinary people could create. The dust gradually settled, and seeing the passers-by experts quickly surround him, Lin Yi glanced at Wei Shenjin, who was blown to the point where it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He found a convenient position for himself to escape, but he did not immediately turn around and escape. Chapter 41-29. This was because Sidu Qian definitely knew that Wei Shenjin had chased after him for revenge. At that time, she would definitely think that he was the one who killed Wei Shenjin. What Lin Yi needed to do now was to ensure one thing. It didn't matter if Wei Shenjin was dead or not. Today's incident had to be blamed on Wu Fuling, and it had nothing to do with him. After deliberately stopping for a moment to let the passerby experts who heard the news see his face clearly, Lin Yi then turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight. That person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Sure enough, a passerby expert said doubtfully. Isn't that Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shenjin? I remember now. A while ago, Snow Sword Faction put a man and a woman on the wanted list. That person just now seems to be the man. I think his name is Ling 1 or Ling 2. Someone quickly reacted. Don't worry about that. Just inform Snow Sword Faction about this. Hee, I heard that this guy is quite a show-off. He has always been popular with women. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? He might even lose his life. How miserable. A passerby expert immediately sent a message to Snow Sword Faction. Wei Shenjin was attacked by Wu Fuling. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This explosive news instantly shook the entire Snow Sword Faction. This was different from Sydney's elopement. Not only did it affect the faction's reputation, but it might also cause the death of a promising core disciple. For any faction, this was a huge matter. Looking at Wei Shenjin's mangled body, Sidu Qian almost cried until she fainted on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that a few passerby experts insisted that Wei Shenjin was the culprit, she would have directly informed the higher-ups of the sect and asked them to go to the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce to force Kai Zhongyang to hand over the culprit. Once again, the Snow Sword Faction mobilized all their forces and issued a bounty for Wu Fuling. And this time, they directly offered a bounty of 10,000 spirit jades. A few days later, Wei Shenjin was rescued by the Snow Sword School and finally returned from the gates of hell. However, this news did not cheer up the entire Snow Sword School. Even Wei Shenjin himself became completely disheartened after learning of the situation and fainted. Aside from the internal and external injuries in his eyes, all the meridians in his body had been shattered. He, Wei Shenjin, the core disciple of Snow Sword Faction who had received much attention, had now become a cripple. Geniuses had been reduced to dust, and they could not even compare to ordinary people. All of this, however, had nothing to do with Lin. The Snowsword sect had been in an uproar because of Wei Shenjin's matter, but from start to finish, the blame had been placed on Wu Fuling, who didn't exist. It didn't affect him at all. What Lin Yi needed to do now was to refine some 4th and 5th tier medicinal pills in addition to cultivating every day. Then, he would take a stroll around Tiandan Pavilion. It was a peaceful and comfortable life that he had never had before. After the auction, there was an endless stream of customers who came because of the auction. In the past few days, Tiandan Pavilion's business could be said to be unprecedentedly booming. The daily sales were already close to the first day's opening. If this continued, the business would only get better and better. It was completely on the right track, and everyone who saw it felt happy. However, while Lin Yi and the others were overjoyed, the Will of Heaven had a worried expression on his face for the past few days. In fact, he had no choice but to find Lin Yi to drink. Big brother Tian, what's bothering you? Lin Yi drank a few cups with the Will of Heaven before asking. In his eyes, the Will of Heaven had always been a person with a strong mind. Even with his meridians shattered, he had been able to persist for so many years. Ordinary matters should not have been able to make him so depressed. Hey, brother Lin Yi, I have indeed been depressed for the past 2 days. The fickleness of human nature is the fickleness of the world. Favors are truly unreliable. In the end, I can only rely on myself, said the Will of Heaven with a wry smile. Brother Tian, tell me what happened? Asked Lin. A few days ago, I thought I would be able to see a few old friends in the Middle Island auction. In the end, not a single one of them appeared. So, the day after I returned, I went to the Island Lord Pavilion at the summit of Middle Cauldron Mountain. I wanted to see my old friends and restore my position as Vice Island Lord. In any case, my injuries are no longer a problem. It is just a matter of time, said the Will of Heaven as he drank. And then? Did something happen? Lin Yi vaguely guessed what had happened. I thought it would be a matter of course. I didn't expect the Island Lord to reject my request with the excuse of my absence in the Island Lord Pavilion all these years. He said he wanted to hold a meeting to discuss it. What disappointed me the most was the attitude of my old friends who were Vice Island Lords. None of them were willing to stand up for me. It really made me feel disappointed and speechless. To think that I had always thought that they were my loyal friends. The will of heaven said indignantly. After listening, Lin Yi did not look surprised. No matter how powerful they were, they could not escape the word snobbish. This is actually not incomprehensible. From their standpoint, no matter which one of them, I'm afraid they would not want you, a Vice Island Lord, to come out and fight for power with them. What do you think, Brother Tian? Lin Yi analyzed for him. Yeah, it's not that I don't understand that. It's just that every time I think about it, I still feel suffocated. The will of heaven sighed. If only that old man Zhang Liju was here. He's the famous Island Lord of Sky-class Island. Even the Island Lord would have to think twice about his words. It's too bad that he's always been elusive. It's hard to find him. Forget it. In my opinion, they're probably using this to test Big Brother Tian's bottom line, and they want to find out exactly how much strength you've recovered. Once they see through it, they'll probably become even more ruthless. Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't know how strong the will of heaven was, but one thing was for sure. The will of heaven's strength was far from his peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a situation. At the end of the day, strength was the deciding factor. If he wanted to get those people to agree, relying on favors wouldn't work. The only way was to quickly recover his strength. That was the right way. I won't hide it from you, lil bro. My strength has already recovered to the peak of Golden Core late stage. I'm only one step away from recovering my nascent soul, but it's this last step. Sigh. The will of heaven sighed helplessly. With his combat strength, Golden Core full stage was definitely not weak. But to think that he could recover his position as the Vice Island Lord of Middle Island with that alone was a pipe dream. The key was that strength wasn't something he could recover just because he wanted to. If it was below nascent soul, it was still fine. With the attainments of the will of heaven, he could easily do it, but nascent soul was already close to his peak. It would be very difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. R1152. Chapter 4130. He believed that as long as he had enough time, the will of heaven was confident that he'd be able to return to his peak, but if that happened, he'd have to keep his tail between his legs for now. Is there anything you can do? Like a pill or something that can help you get over this hurdle? Linus. If Zhang Liju, that old bastard, was here, I could ask him to help me with the pill. With my knowledge, I'd be able to get it done in one go, but now. The will of heaven scratched his head helplessly. Condensed soul pill? What level is that? Lin asked. Ever since he'd successfully made the extremely difficult 5th level elixir, his confidence in making elixirs had increased by leaps and bounds. Even if he'd never heard of it before, he was confident enough to give it a try. Level 6. And it's not a normal level 6, but one that's extremely difficult to make. From what I know, Zhang Liju is the only one who has the confidence to make a level 6 condensed soul pill, even in the entire hall. Xiao Ho and Xiao Kai are all masters, but they don't have that level of skill. The will of heaven sighed. 6th level? Lin Yi hesitated. With his current strength, he could only make a 5th level elixir at most. That was his limit, but he still said, maybe I'll give it a try. Lin Yi, lil bro, you can't force yourself to do this. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unthinkable. I'm happy that you're willing to try. Don't force yourself. The will of heaven quickly tried to dissuade him. If his level wasn't high enough, and he forced himself to make a high-level pill, he'd be lucky to make a useless one. If he wasn't careful, it could lead to a tragedy like a cauldron exploding. That'd be a joke. It's fine, I wanted to try too. See if I have the ability to make a level 6 pill. Lin smiled. He didn't wait for Tianxing to continue and immediately left to find Kai Zhongyang to ask for a 6th level elixir recipe, as well as the corresponding ingredients. This was not the golden core of the nascent soul. Instead, it was the simplest entry-level 6th grade pill, the 6th grade solidifying nascent pill, which was specially used to stabilize the nascent soul realm. Its medicinal properties were gentle, and the difficulty of refining it was the lowest among all the 6th grade pills. When everything was ready, Lin immediately began to try. The divine armament cauldron analyzed the alchemy curve as usual. However, when it came to the step of inputting true qi, no matter how hard Lin tried, the godly pesticide cauldron was indifferent, and the same sentence was displayed on the tablet. Big Brother Lin, your cultivation level isn't high enough, resulting in insufficient qi. Jing can't concoct pills for you, as expected? Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and sighed. He had already expected this result. Not having enough strength would lead to insufficient strength of true qi. At the moment, this was an unsolvable problem. If this most basic threshold could not be crossed, even if the divine armament cauldron was a divine tool for alchemy, it would be useless. The only way was to wait until his strength was raised to the gold core stage before he could try again. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. I believe that if I can break through to the gold core stage, I should be able to try to concoct pills. Lin explained to the will of heaven. Although the refining of the gathering nascent soul golden pill was extremely difficult, Lin Yi had confidence in the godly pesticide cauldron. Of course, this was the premise that his strength could meet the minimum threshold of refining a 6th grade medicinal pill. Oh, Brother Lin Yi, your current strength is still at the peak of the foundation establishment late stage. There is still a long way to go before you reach the gold core stage. However, you are a person who cultivates the creation battle art. You can't use the eyes of ordinary people to look at you. If the preparation work is in place, it is not impossible. The will of heaven said thoughtfully. Crossing 2 levels to reach the gold core stage? Is this possible? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. For most people, the difficulty of breaking through to the foundation establishment great perfection was not small, let alone breaking through to the gold core stage. Even for those experts in the foundation establishment great perfection, there were very few who could have the confidence to break through to the gold core stage. As for the peak of the foundation establishment late stage, wanting to achieve it in one step was simply a fool's dream. Of course, there is nothing impossible in the world. Your brother, I, directly crossed 2 levels from the peak of the foundation establishment late stage and finally succeeded in breaking through to the gold core stage. I believe that with your talent, Brother Lin Yi, it should be possible, but the premise is that you need to make enough preparations. The will of heaven nodded. What preparation? Lin Yi's heart moved and asked quickly. In addition to adjusting your body's condition to its peak, the main thing is to prepare the corresponding medicinal pills. It would be best if you also need some other auxiliary tools to help you level up. After all, it is not that easy to rise 2 levels in a row. Brother Lin Yi, you should have prepared for this, right? The will of heaven asked. I currently have the foundation establishment barrier breaking pill, the foundation establishment pill, and the gold core golden core. As for other auxiliary tools, I have a star ink stone. Lin Yi admitted without reservation. You have a star ink stone? The will of heaven was startled when he heard this. Then his eyes lit up. This is a legendary treasure that can be used to perfectly break through to the gold core stage. That is great. With this thing, your chances of success will be much higher. Really? Lin Yi was instantly overjoyed. He did not expect that the will of heaven would actually know about the star ink stone. Although with his current strength at the peak of the foundation establishment late stage, he could already match most of the gold core stage experts. When he met a truly strong enemy, it was still not enough. Just like the gold core middle stage expert that he met at the Wuxia Tianwu mountain. If Lin Yi did not use a trick, he would not even be able to escape from that expert. He could only wait for death. Therefore, if there really was a way to quickly break through to the gold core stage, Lin Yi would definitely be more than happy to do so. Of course it is true. In fact, as long as the quality is good enough, just the gold core golden core and the foundation establishment pill alone will give you a little hope of breaking through to the gold core stage. However, the hope is rather slim. If you add the legendary star ink stone, your chances of success will be much higher. The chances of forcefully breaking through will be at least 50%. The will of heaven said with a face full of confidence. 50% or more. That is enough for me to take a gamble. When Lin heard this, he could not help but be excited. A 50% chance of success was not low at all. Moreover, his usual style was not to play it safe. When it was time to go all out, he would go all out. At this time, he would not hesitate at all. Chapter 41:31. Brother Heaven, you can't just look at the bad side of things, you have to look at the good side, right? With a 50% chance, I won't be so miserable, right? Lin smiled confidently. If you can succeed, that would be for the best. With the help of a rare treasure like the Star Ink Stone, and with your potential, Brother Lin, I dare to bet that you will become the strongest golden core expert. Within the same level, no one will be able to compete with you. The will of heaven's eyes shone, but he was still worried. But brother, you have to understand that although your medical skills are superb, doctors can't cure themselves. If you fail and your meridians are shattered, I'm afraid no one will be able to save you. Although the will of heaven urgently wanted to recover his strength and urgently needed the golden core, he did not want Lin to take the risk and try to break through for him. After all, this was not a joke. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. At that time, no matter how guilty he felt, it would all be for naught. Brother Heaven, cultivation has always been against the heavens. Wealth comes from danger. Since there is a 50% chance, I have to try no matter what. Lin thought for a moment and said with a determined gaze. Although Lin was afraid of the miserable fate of his meridians being shattered, he was actually not too worried. After all, the creation battle art he cultivated was not the same as the original version of the will of heaven. His previous breakthrough process was not as dangerous as the will of heaven said. Even if he failed, his meridians might not be shattered. Moreover, even if his meridians were shattered and his chi was gone, he still had junior brother Zhu, so self-repair was not a big deal. Not to mention he still had a 50% chance this time. If he was still hesitating and didn't even have this little bit of courage, then he couldn't have extravagant hopes of advancing a step further in the future. It would be better to quickly think of a way to hide in the mortal world and live a peaceful life. Since brother is so determined, then I won't say anything more. Today, let's have a good chat about your brother's breakthrough experience. Oh, right, and how to use the Star Ink Stone. Tianxing nodded. He himself was a man of spirit back in the day, and the fact that Lin could make such a manly decision was something he admired in his bones. Thank you, big brother Tian. Lin humbly accepted the teachings. Breaking through to the Jindan stage was a completely unknown field, especially a breakthrough of a higher level. The difficulty could be imagined. Now there was a rare opportunity to learn from a legendary master like the Will of Heaven, which was definitely more valuable and effective than any kind of rare elixir. Chatting with the Will of Heaven for a whole night, Lin could be said to have benefited a lot. What the Will of Heaven taught him was not only the method to reach the Jindan stage, but also many precious experiences. With the current strength of the Will of Heaven, when he talked about how to break through to the Gold Core realm, it was already a condescending perspective. Compared to his own fumbling in the past, what he taught Lin now not only had a higher chance of success, but also could dig out unprecedented potential. After adjusting his physical state to the peak, Lin immediately decided to start a closed-door training to break through. As for the Tiandan Pavilion, he had refined and stored a lot of elixir these days, which was enough to support him for a while. He believed that Tian Chan and Sydney could handle it. However, after Lin went into closed-door training, he did not directly try to break through according to the method taught by the Will of Heaven. Instead, he was going to find the ghost to confirm it first. After all, this was also a supermaster, and it was ready-made. It would be a waste not to ask. Senior, I believe you have heard what Big Brother Tian said before. I wonder if there is anything else that I need your advice on? Linist. The Will of Heaven is one of the few masters in Middle Island. With his personal guidance to break through to the Gold Core realm, how can there be any mistakes? He is a human being, and I am a spiritual beast. Of course, he has the most right to speak on this kind of thing. What's more, he is cultivating the creation battle art. I have not even come into contact with this aspect, so I can't intervene at all. The ghost laughed. I will start preparing for the breakthrough now. Lin Yi nodded and said in a low voice. Wait, I can't say anything about the creation battle art. However, what he said about how to use the star inkstone is not complete. If you do as he said, although it is not impossible, you will definitely not be able to bring out the full effect of the star inkstone. The ghost suddenly interrupted. Oh! Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Previously, the will of heaven told him that the star inkstone contained the power of meteorites and stars. As long as he absorbed it during the breakthrough process, the gold core that he condensed after success would be far more stable and tenacious than other gold core experts. Regardless of attack or defense, he would naturally be much stronger than experts of the same level. Actually, you can't blame Tianxing for being incomplete. After all, the rarity of star inkstone is incomparably high. As a human cultivator, for him to know so much about it is already quite rare. However, according to the method he spoke of, he would at most be able to unlock half of its effects. It can't be considered a perfect breakthrough, Gui Dongxi said. Then what is a perfect breakthrough? Lin Yi hurriedly asked. Of course, you have to develop all the power of the star inkstone. Only then can it be considered a perfect breakthrough. Although the star inkstone is a meteorite from outer space, it is a combination of the meteorite from outer space and the vast ocean. Not only does it contain the power of the stars, but it also contains the power of the ocean. The ghost explained. The power of the ocean? Lin Yi was stunned. He could not help but say, the power of the stars can make the gold core more stable and tenacious, but what is the use of the power of the ocean? The so-called ocean, when it is quiet, can contain all things. When it is moving, it can cause huge waves to rise to the sky. Therefore, the power of the ocean can give your gold core more variables and more possibilities. More importantly, it can make your divine sense far more pure and powerful than experts of the same level. The ghost paused, then changed the topic. If the power of the stars is said to increase the hard strength of your gold core, then the power of the ocean is said to increase the soft strength of your gold core. Having both soft and hard strength is the perfect breakthrough. I see. Then how can I absorb the power of the ocean? Is it like absorbing the power of the stars, using true qi to condense it? Lin asked. Of course not. The power of the ocean is not as hard as the power of the stars. You can't use true qi to grasp it. You have to specially use divine sense to gather it. The ghost taught. In the area of primordial spirit, it was an expert at grandmaster level. Only then did Lin Yi see the light. Immediately, under the ghost's guidance, he began to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the gold core stage. Middle Island, Cultivators College. On Middle Island, other than the various major sects and forces, there was another force with an extremely high status, and that was the Cultivators College. Looking at the whole of Middle Island, the Cultivators College was undoubtedly the school of the highest level. Almost all the core disciples of the major sects would come here when they were in the gold core stage. R1152. Chapter 4132. Here, not only would they be personally guided by the famous chancellor, but if they could graduate here, they would even have the chance to be sent to East Island for further study. Once they finished their studies and returned to their sects or families, they would definitely become a popular candidate for the next core figure. That was the truth. At least 7 out of 10 of the top big shots in Zhongdao had the qualifications to study in East Island. So if they had the chance to go to East Island, it meant that they would have a meteoric rise. That was an excellent opportunity that all the cultivators yearned for. Recently, the Cultivator College welcomed an exciting event, and that was their senior chancellor, Nantian Aurora, who had recently broken through the nascent soul-perfected realm and became one of the few profound ascension stage masters of Middle Island. An expert of the mysterious ascending stage was already standing at the top of the heavenly island. Otherwise, Tianxing, who was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, would not have been allowed to sit on the position of the deputy island master of the Middle Island. Of course, the will of heaven had the ability to kill people above his level and couldn't be measured with common sense. But this was enough to show how precious profound ascension stage masters were. The appeal and influence of any profound ascension stage master was definitely not to be underestimated. And in recent years, as the status of the Cultivator College in Middle Island continued to rise, their right to speak also continued to expand. The voice of choosing the college representative to become the Vice Island Master of Middle Island had also risen recently. And coincidentally, due to the absence of the will of heaven for many years, the position of Vice Island Master became vacant, providing the Cultivator College with the best opportunity to enter the top power circle of Middle Island. Originally, the Dean was the most ideal representative. Regardless of strength or position, he definitely deserved to be the Vice Island Master of Middle Island. However, this person was the same as alchemy god Zhang Liju. He was always elusive. He was neither suitable nor interested in the position of Vice Island Master of Middle Island. Except for him. Looking at the entire Cultivator College, there were only 2 people left who were qualified. One was the Executive Vice Dean Lang Qiufeng, and the other was Nantian Aurora, who had just broken through to the profound ascension stage and was appointed as the Vice Dean. Among the rest, although there were profound ascension stage masters, to represent the Cultivator College and become the Vice Island Master of Middle Island, they needed unparalleled influence and connections. It wasn't just about strength. As for Lang Qiufeng and Nantian Aurora, the 2 people who had the most support, although the former was stronger, Nantian Aurora was not as strong as Nantian Aurora. However, he was a genuine martial arts fanatic. His tactics were blank, and he was far from being as good at studying as Southern Sky Aurora. If nothing unexpected happened, Southern Sky Aurora, this newly advanced profound ascension expert, would have a higher chance of winning. In a secret chamber of the Cultivator Academy's core residence, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, exchanging toasts. They talked cheerfully and humorously. These 2 people could be considered familiar to Lin Yi. One was Nantian Aurora Polaris, the Chancellor Nantian who had once descended to the secular world. It was Si Haixiao, who had just been appointed as the Central Chamber of Commerce's North Island shopkeeper. Congratulations, old friend Nantian. This time, not only did your strength increase by a level, you also became the Vice Dean as you wished. What a double blessing. Come, let me toast first. Si Haixiao toasted with a face full of joy. Haha, shopkeeper Si, you're too polite. This time, if it wasn't for your Central Chamber of Commerce providing me with millions of spirit jades to buy the votes of these academies, even if I could become the Vice Dean, it definitely wouldn't be so fast, and it definitely wouldn't be so smooth. So, this toast should be me toasting you to express my gratitude. Nantian Aurora Polaris laughed proudly, clinked his cup with Si Haixiao's, and immediately downed it. Old friend Nantian, your words are too serious. The friendship between us is mutually beneficial. There's no need to thank me. Just because you're treating me like an outsider, I have to punish you with a toast. Si Haixiao pretended to be unhappy. All right. I accept the punishment. Nantian Aurora Polaris smiled as he punished him with a toast. That's right. Back when I was still in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, old friend Nantian, in order to help me become the shopkeeper of the North Island branch, you specially pulled people over to purchase a large number of orders from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. I remember all these favors in my heart. I won't forget them for the rest of my life. Si Haixiao patted his chest and said, Hee, we've been old friends for so many years. Just now, you said that I was treating you like an outsider. Now it's your turn. You have to drink as a punishment too. Nantian Aurora Polaris immediately laughed. I admit it. Si Haixiao laughed heartily and immediately said, now that I'm the shopkeeper of the North Island branch of the Central Chamber of Commerce, I have as many spirit jades as I want. Furthermore, I have a lot of autonomy. It's not a problem for me to transfer as much as I want. So, I have to repay you well. This time, old friend Nantian, my backer has spoken. Our Central Chamber of Commerce will definitely do our best to help you in the competition for the Vice Island head of Middle Island. That's great. Nantian Aurora Polaris was instantly overjoyed. Although the Central Chamber of Commerce was a newly established Chamber of Commerce, Its power was even greater than that of the number 1 chamber of commerce, like the 5 elements commerce. He had personally witnessed all this. Being able to obtain the full support of the central chamber of commerce, Nantian Aurora Polaris was confident that he would win the competition for the position of Vice Island head of Middle Island. I believe that with the power of our central chamber of commerce, in addition to old friend Nantian's ability, your position as the Vice Island head of Middle Island is already guaranteed. Come, let's celebrate in advance. Cheers. Xianxia vowed solemnly. Alright, cheers. Nantian Aurora Polaris was elated when he heard that. He had been looking forward to this position for many years. It was just that he had never dared to think too much about it. Now, unexpectedly, his dream was about to come true. However, there's something I have to tell you in advance, old friend Nantian. If you successfully get the position this time, you have to pay a visit to our backer with me. Is there any problem with that? Xianxia suddenly said. No problem, absolutely no problem. In the future, your central chamber of commerce and I will be on the same boat. This is something that should be done, Nantian Aurora Polaris promised. That's good. I was still afraid that old friend Nantian wouldn't be willing. Xianxia said with a smile. He was well aware of his backer's methods. If Nantian Aurora Polaris really went to meet him, they would really be on the same boat in the future. No one would be able to escape. However, Nantian Aurora was still completely unaware of this. Given his intelligence, although he was not completely defenseless against this mysterious and unfathomable central chamber of commerce, he had been blinded by greed. Right now, he was completely immersed in the excitement of attaining the position of Deputy Island Lord of Middle Island. This was a glorious position that countless cultivators dreamed of. The position of Vice Island head of Middle Island had a quota, and it had long been filled. There was no extra position. Chapter 4133. Over the years, it had never changed. Even though there had always been a high number of people who wanted to enter the Cultivation Academy, it had never come true. Therefore, even if Southern Aurora Polaris succeeded in breaking through to the profound ascension stage, it was just wishful thinking. There was absolutely no chance of winning. However, there was always an accident. The will of heaven's injury had not recovered and he had been absent for a long time, causing his position as the Deputy Island Master to waver. Not only did it give everyone an excuse, but it also gave Southern Aurora Polaris a glimmer of hope to replace him. After running around, coupled with the strong backing of the Central Chamber of Commerce, Southern Aurora Polaris was determined to win the position of Deputy Island Master of Middle Island. While Southern Aurora Polaris and Xianxia were plotting for the position of Deputy Island Master of Middle Island, on the other side of the Tiandan Pavilion, Lin Yi was busy making a breakthrough in seclusion. As long as Lin Yi could successfully break through to the Golden Core stage, he was confident that he could help the will of heaven refine the Golden Nascent Gathering Pill. As long as the will of heaven's strength could quickly recover in a short period of time, then with his domineering strength that could instantly kill a profound ascension stage expert, no one could covet the position of Deputy Island Master under him. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes were just a joke. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Yi could successfully form his Golden Core. The difficulty and risk of breaking through from the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment to the Golden Core stage was not something an ordinary person could bear. In the early stage of seclusion, Lin Yi could be considered to have a smooth journey. After adjusting his state to the peak, the first thing he did was to take the supreme grade foundation building pills, and he took 3 at once. In a short period of time, the strength of the true qi in Lin Yi's body increased by a level, instantly breaking through the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment and approaching the great perfection of foundation establishment. In the foundation establishment realm, every peak was an extremely difficult threshold. It was the same from the peak of the early stage to the middle stage, from the peak of the middle stage to the late stage, and from the peak of the late stage to the great perfection. It was the same. Fortunately, Lin Yi had a lot of supreme-grade foundation building pills on hand. The exquisite heart-devouring grass was rare in the North Island, but it was very common in the Middle Island. Kai Zhongyang helped Lin Yi get some. Coupled with his innate talent and foundation, This threshold that countless people had been stuck at for decades or even their entire lives was easily broken by him. If he stopped now, Lin Yi would truly be a foundation establishment perfected expert. However, for Lin Yi, who was determined to break through to the golden core stage, this was only the most basic preparation stage. It wasn't even an appetizer. Then, without waiting for the surging genuine qi in his body to stabilize, Lin immediately began the second step, which was also the most important step of this breakthrough, consuming the supreme grade gold core. This was the method taught to him by the will of heaven. As the saying goes, go all out in one go. Borrowing the momentum of breaking through the foundation building great circle, while the true qi in his body was at its peak, he would break through to the gold core stage in one go. The reason why the will of heaven suggested that Lin Yi try to break through to the Jindan stage was because of the golden core realm. This was the reason. Although this seemed to be far more risky and difficult than following the prescribed order, but in fact, for the truly talented geniuses, it was impossible for them to do so. Not only would the success rate not be lower, but it would also be higher. Having just reached the foundation building great circle, the genuine qi that had just erupted in his body was still unstable. It was still the most active and also the most vigorous time. At this time, the possibility of breaking through the barrier in one go was far higher than following the prescribed order. Because once the genuine qi in the body was completely stabilized, when the spirit was lost, although it was easier to control, it would also lose the momentum. At that time, the foundation building great circle would be completely stabilized. Not only would the genuine qi in the body no longer be a help to break through to the golden core realm, but it would also become a real obstacle to the breakthrough because of the inertia of being content with the status quo. Although the theory of the will of heaven's leapfrogging breakthrough, Lin Yi felt that it was inconceivable at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. As long as the foundation was deep enough and the talent potential was strong enough, it seemed that it was indeed easier to break through in one go than to follow the prescribed order. The so-called geniuses did not take the usual path. This was probably the truth. Of course, if there was no theoretical basis and directly walked blindly, and thus met with rebuff or even blood, then it was not a genius, but a complete idiot. As soon as he took the golden core, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, the genuine qi in the meridians of his body had suddenly more than doubled, and it was still increasing. In an instant, a terrible pressure was produced, and at the same time, it violently impacted the meridians of his body, and at the same time, wreaked havoc everywhere. At this moment, Lin Yi felt like he was a balloon filled with air, and until now, he was still inflating and could explode at any time. This was not an illusion, but a real instinctive warning from the depths of his body after encountering extreme danger. Although the golden core and the foundation establishment elixir were of the same origin, one was a 5th grade elixir and the other was a 4th grade elixir. The difference between the two was too great, especially for experts of the foundational level. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. They were both supreme grade elixirs. The foundation establishment elixir might be able to increase the strength of the genuine qi in their bodies by 20%, but the golden core could increase the strength of the genuine qi in their bodies by 2 times, or even more. An increase of 20% was an improvement that could be controlled, but an increase of 3 times was too exaggerated. If it was not handled properly, it could really kill someone. In particular, the creation battle art that Lin Yi cultivated was an extremely ferocious mental cultivation method. The impact and lethality of his genuine qi was far more ferocious than that of ordinary people. In addition, he was breaking through to a higher level, and his genuine qi was already extremely sharp. At this time, it was naturally even more fatal. Breaking through to the golden core was very likely to encounter the crisis of shattering meridians. The phrase, the will of heaven, was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, this was the creation battle art that Lin Yi had modified using the art of dragon mastery. If it was the original version that was even less stable, it would be unimaginable. No wonder even a legendary figure like the will of heaven had lingering fears about it, and even suffered a setback when he was breaking through to the nascent soul realm. It was not an injustice at all. Braving the risk of the meridians in his body about to explode, the veins on Lin Yi's forehead bulged. Relying on his strong willpower and control, he began to channel the powerful genuine qi in his meridians into his dantian. According to what the will of heaven said before, the dantian was the place to form the core. To form the core, one must first channel the powerful genuine qi throughout the meridians in the body into the dantian. This was the most dangerous step in the whole process of breaking through, and it was also the most crucial step with no shortcuts. If he could withstand it, then he could start the next step of forming the core. If he could not, then most of his meridians would be shattered, and in a more exaggerated case, his body might even explode and die. Chapter 41-34. His forehead was sweating profusely, and his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and persevered. Taking a step forward might not be heaven, but if he took a step back, it would definitely be hell. In this state, not only could his meridians explode at any time, but he was also only a step away from qi deviation. This lasted for half an hour. With inhuman perseverance, Lin Yi channeled the terrifying vital energy in his body that had skyrocketed because of the gold core into his dantian bit by bit. In the eyes of ordinary people, this short half an hour gave Lin Yi the feeling that it was as long as half a century. Fortunately, he finally endured it. However, this was far from the time to relax. Until now, everything he had done before was just preparatory work. After channeling all the vital energy into his dantian, the next step was to condense the gold core. The biggest difference between the so-called gold core stage and the foundation establishment stage was that the gold core was condensed in the dantian. This gold core would become the source of all the vital energy in the body. It was the symbol of a qualitative change from a foundation establishment stage expert to a gold core stage expert. At the same time, it was also the life of all gold core stage experts. The process of condensing the gold core could be said to be extremely difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. This was because there were not many techniques involved. It was to continuously condense and compress the huge amount of vital energy that had been channeled into the dantian until it finally condensed into a solidified vital energy crystal. This was the gold core. Generally speaking, if one could successfully endure the most dangerous step of channeling vital energy, then very few people would fail the step of condensing the gold core. However, even if everyone condensed the gold core, the gap between them was like heaven and earth, and this step directly determined their future strength and potential. Some gold core stage experts' gold cores were not solid and were called void cores. Their strength was among all gold core stage experts, and they were naturally the weakest. There were other gold core stage experts whose gold cores were as hard as stone and were called solid cores. Their strength was among all gold core stage experts, and they were naturally first-rate experts. Even if everyone practiced the same martial arts technique, the power of a solid core stage expert was far stronger than that of a void core stage expert. The root cause of all this was the quality of the gold core that was condensed. Although the step of condensing the golden core was not as dangerous as before, it was a crucial step that no one dared to take lightly. If they were to slack off or be careless at this time, they would not be able to make up for it later. Any ambitious expert would not hope to condense a void core. Only by condensing a solid core would they be able to advance further and become one of the strongest experts. However, at this moment, what Lin Yi wanted to do was different from the others. What he wanted to condense was not a solid core, but a $10,000 core. An ordinary solid core expert's gold core was as hard as a rock. However, the 10,000 gold core that Lin Yi was about to condense was of a higher level. It was as hard as meteoric iron. And all of this required the assistance of the star ink stone. Only by absorbing the power of the stars and the power of the sea in the process of condensing a golden core could a true 10,000 gold core be condensed. This was a perfect breakthrough. Only then could one become the strongest gold core expert. While slowly controlling the majestic vital energy in his dantian and slowly condensing it, Lin Yi had to multitask. He used a portion of his vital energy to capture the power of the stars in the star inkstone and guide it into his dantian. At the same time, he had to control his divine sense to gather the power of the sea and guide it into his dantian. Multitasking was extremely difficult for anyone. If there was even the slightest mistake in the process, it would result in failure. If it was light, he would not be able to condense the $10,000 core. If it was heavy, he would fail to form his core. His strength might even regress and he would never be able to break through again. However, at this moment, Lin Yi's performance did not seem to be forced at all. Instead, it was methodical and rather steady. In addition to Lin Yi's own talent, there was also the contribution of the ghost. Foundation establishment experts generally did not know how to use their divine sense. The most difficult part of multitasking was using their divine sense to gather the power of the sea. If there was no guidance from a primordial spirit expert like him, Lin Yi would not have been able to do it so easily. At this point, condensing the golden core was the final and crucial step. Lin Yi had thought that this breakthrough would be smooth sailing until he successfully condensed the $10,000 core and achieved a perfect breakthrough. However, in the next moment, he realized that he had been too naive. Condensing the golden core in his dantian was not a problem. Using his divine sense to gather the power of the sea was the most difficult step, but it was also not a problem. What surprised Lin Yi the most was that the seemingly simple step of grabbing the power of the stars had a fatal accident. In the instant that the power of the stars was drawn into his meridians, a huge hole suddenly appeared in his meridians. It had actually directly split open. The incomparable pain and the shock of being caught off guard almost caused Lin Yi's body to completely lose control. The vital energy that had been condensed in his dantian flowed into his meridians. It looked like he was about to go mad and cause a tragedy. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted at the last moment and forced his vital energy back. At the same time, he used his mental cultivation method to repair the split meridians. However, for the moment, he did not dare to continue grabbing the power of the stars from the star inkstone. The special characteristic of the power of the stars was that it was extremely fierce and sharp. The reason his meridians had split open just now was because they were unable to endure its sharpness. This was not something that could be endured just by gritting his teeth. If this continued, Lin Yi believed that before he could condense the myriad gold core, the meridians in his body would have been completely crippled by the power of the stars. Amidst the lingering fear, Lin Yi could not help but feel a trace of joy. Fortunately, he had drawn in the power of the stars through his meridians. At least, he still had the chance to heal himself. If he had poured the power into his dantian without hesitation, then what would have split open wouldn't have been his meridians, but his dantian. Once the dantian was crippled, there wouldn't even be a chance to save himself. He would directly be reduced to a complete cripple. However, even if this sort of tragedy hadn't occurred, Lin Yi still did not know what to do for the time being. Although that damn thing had taught him how to use the star inkstone, he had not personally used it after all. It was impossible for him to understand these details. At present, there were only two choices left for Lin. The first was to give up on the star inkstone and condense his gold core according to the rules. This was the safest method, but the price was that he would be unable to achieve a perfect breakthrough. As for the last choice, it was to brace himself and continue grabbing the power of the stars. However, the final result was extremely likely to be failure in condensing his gold core, and he would become a cripple. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment. He was absolutely unwilling to choose the first choice, but choosing the second was too dangerous. If he could not think of an effective solution, then he would simply be courting death. Chapter 4135. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yi's mind. Although the power of the stars was as sharp as a weapon and it was definitely impossible to directly guide it into the body, it was not completely impossible. In the end, the reason why the power of the stars would hurt the meridians was that it was impossible to completely control it by simply relying on the true qi. However, what if it was refined outside the body and then guided into the body? This idea seemed like a fantasy to outsiders, but it was not impossible for Lin Yi to do it, because he was an alchemist. As long as the fire was well controlled, it was entirely possible for Lin Yi to refine the power of the stars outside the body and then absorb it into the meridians of the body. Thinking of this, Lin Yi took out his alchemy skills and refined the power of the stars outside the body bit by bit. With this test, it was really a success. Time passed bit by bit. From the time Lin Yi began his closed-door training, it had been a full 3 days and 3 nights. The will of heaven, Tian Chan, Sydney and the others nervously waited outside the door. After Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang heard the news, they also came every morning and night to inquire about Lin Yi, for fear that something would happen to him. After all, it was not easy to break through to the gold core stage, and it was even more dangerous to do so. Any accidents could happen. For a closed-door training to break through to the gold core stage, 3 days was definitely not a long time. However, watching the time pass, the will of heaven inevitably felt a little uneasy. After all, the longer it took, the more difficult the process was, and the higher the possibility of an accident would happen. In the final analysis, Lin Yi decided to break through in advance in order to help him refine the gathering nascent soul golden pill. If he really fell into the fate of qi deviation, the will of heaven would have to live in guilt for the rest of his life. After asking someone to buy 2 jars of wine, the will of heaven simply set up a table outside the door and drank while waiting. However, just as he poured a cup, Lin Yi's voice came from behind. "Big brother heaven, you're in such a good mood. Why don't you drink with me?" "Lil bro Lin Yi succeeded?" The will of heaven turned to look at Lin Yi, who seemed to have been reborn and became a completely different person. He was pleasantly surprised. "It's all thanks to you, big brother Tian. If you hadn't taught me everything, I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly this time." Lin Yi chuckled. Perfect breakthrough, the strongest golden core stage expert, really extraordinary. The will of heaven looked at Lin Yi from head to toe, his eyes lit up. In the past, Lin Yi was just a harmless little friend in his eyes. But now Lin Yi's aura was completely new. In a trance, he actually felt a faint threat. Even if his strength had not recovered, he still had the strength of a golden core paragon. The will of heaven couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "My little brother, where did this freak come from? He was much more abnormal than me in the past." One must know that even if it was a perfect breakthrough, the so-called strongest golden core stage expert was only invincible at the same level. It was impossible to be a mere golden core stage expert. He could directly kill a golden core paragon. However, at this moment when it came to Lin Yi, it made the will of heaven feel a trace of fear. It was simply incredible. At this time, Tian Chan and Sydney heard the sound and ran over. They ran over when they heard the commotion, both looking at Lin Yi with a face full of surprise and joy as they grabbed his arms. In their eyes, whether Lin Yi's strength was strong or not was secondary. The most important thing was to live well. After all, he was their spiritual pillar now. "I'm fine. I've made you worry." Lin Yi smiled and comforted the 2 women. Then he turned his head and looked at the will of heaven. "Brother heaven, I suddenly thought of something. The refining of the condensed nascent soul golden pill needs to be postponed for a few days. I wonder if it's okay?" "Of course, no problem. But what is it? Do you need my help?" The will of heaven was slightly stunned and then nodded. Although he was eager to restore his strength, he didn't care about a few days. "No need. But in the next few days, our Tiandan pavilion needs to be temporarily closed." Lin Yi smiled and looked at the 2 women. "But aren't we doing well?" Tian Chan and Sydney were suddenly shocked. "Although the business of Tiandan pavilion is important, little Chan and Sydney, don't you think your strength is a little insufficient?" Lin Yi smiled with a deep meaning. Tian Chan and Sydney couldn't help but look at each other. The will of heaven on the side was even more confused. The 3 of us should go into seclusion together. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The sudden suggestion was also an idea that flashed in Lin Yi's mind. Tian Chan and Sydney were now only in the early stage of foundation establishment. In the middle island where there were many experts, they belonged to the lowest level. Even if they had a foothold in Tiandan Pavilion, if they only had this little strength, it would still be difficult for them to stand firm in the future. Now the urgent task in front of Lin Yi was to improve the strength of the 2 of them as soon as possible. Although he had already given them the foundation establishment pill, it was still difficult to have an immediate effect in a short time. And Lin Yi suddenly thought of a way to quickly improve the strength of the 2 of them. As early as in the secular world, he could forcibly improve the strength of his other confidants and younger brothers. The same method may be equally effective now. He was now a master in the early stage of Jidan stage, so could he improve the strength of Tianchan and Sydney to the great perfection of foundation establishment? This experiment was very important. It was directly related to how Lin Yi would cultivate his forces in the future, so he suddenly proposed to let the two women go into seclusion with him. After listening to Lin Yi's idea, Tianchan and Sydney were both surprised and happy. After coming to the Heaven Stage Island, the two of them had deeply understood the importance of strength. They at least needed to have the strength to protect themselves, so as to avoid bringing too much trouble to Lin Yi. The experiment began. The method used by Lin Yi was the same as when he was in the secular world. He ran the art of dragon mastery and instilled the majestic genuine qi in his body into the two women. Sure enough, Tianchan and Sydney were surprised to find that the majestic genuine qi transferred from Lin Yi's hands gradually merged with their own genuine qi, and the strength of the realm also began to improve. This result immediately made Lin Yi very excited. To some extent, the value of this discovery was no less than his own success in breaking through to the Jidan stage. This meant that as long as Lin Yi was strong enough, as long as he was willing, he could turn his confidants and younger brothers into powerful masters at any time, just like when he was in the secular world. If it was only Lin Yi himself who was strong enough, others would at most be a little afraid, but not too afraid. After all, no matter how strong a person was, there would always be a weakness. Especially if the strength of his confidants and younger brothers around him were weak, it would be a fatal weakness that could not be avoided. Chapter 41:36. However, if Lin Yi turned all his people into powerful experts, what kind of scene would that be? At that time, no matter how ignorant any party was, they would only dare to be in awe and would not dare to provoke him easily. Since it was proven to be effective, according to Lin Yi's character, he naturally would not stop so easily. Instead, he went one step further and went all out to improve the strength of the two women. He was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm. If there were no accidents, it should be enough to forcibly promote the two women to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. The fact was indeed as Lin Yi expected. As early as in the secular world, he was already familiar with this matter. Now, it was just a change of strength, but the principle was always the same. Everything was so logical. Under Lin Yi's full effort, the strength of the two women skyrocketed, and they were forcibly promoted to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Those barriers that ordinary people could not break, in front of Lin Yi, a perfect Gold Core realm expert, were simply vulnerable. Especially with the space of the jade pendant constantly replenishing the vital energy, everything seemed so natural. Feeling the surging vital energy in his body, not to mention the two women, Tianchan and Sydney, who felt like they were in a dream, even Lin Yi did not expect the process to be so smooth. However, when Lin Yi thought that it was a success and slowly withdrew his hands from the back of the two women, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Without warning, the clothes on the two women exploded, all torn into pieces, even the most intimate underwear was not spared. Looking at Tianchan and Sydney, who suddenly became naked in front of him, Lin Yi was suddenly dumbfounded, and then he could not help but swallow his saliva. No matter how calm he was, in the face of two exquisite and tender white bodies, if he did not have any reaction at all, then he would probably have to find a male hospital to see a doctor. Tianchan and Sydney did not react at first, still immersed in the ecstasy of their strength skyrocketing until they turned their heads and saw Lin Yi's strange expression. Only then did they suddenly come to their senses. They hugged their chests and shyly lowered their heads. "How do you feel? Are you all right?" Lin Yi swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked with concern. "No, nothing." The two women looked at each other and shook their heads, but they didn't dare to look at Lin Yi. Their faces were red to the ears. Both of them were virgins and had never appeared in front of a man with such a seductive appearance. Even if they had already given their hearts to Lin Yi, they had never really been intimate with Lin Yi before. She had not been mentally prepared for this sudden and honest meeting with him. At this moment, her two young hearts were beating wildly like fawns and were about to jump out of her throat. That's good. I'm guessing that you're still not familiar with the surge of true qi in your bodies. Although you've reached the peak of foundation establishment, you haven't stabilized it yet and can't control it. That's why. Lin Yi was feasting his eyes on the side. He touched his chin awkwardly and explained. The two women nodded in unison. Then, Sydney suddenly bit her lips and let go of her hands that were covering her chest. She blushed and said, "Actually, Linny, if you want, I can." Sydney's heart had long been with Lin. Especially when Lin Yi had rescued her from the abyss of bitterness, she had unconsciously thought of devoting herself to him. But she never had the chance. If Lin Yi hadn't mentioned it, a girl like her would naturally not have taken the initiative to offer herself. She didn't expect that she would be caught off guard. But it turned out to be like this. Lin Yi's gaze suddenly froze. But before he could react, Tian Chan on the other side also let go of her chest and bit her red lips. "I can do it too." Suddenly, the two women threw themselves into his arms at the same time. Both were as beautiful as goddesses, and both were completely naked. Lin Yi instantly fell into a battle of wills. He didn't think he was a gentleman. In reality, even if he was, there was no reason for him to shrink back at a time like this. If he shrank back now, he would be suspected of being worse than a beast. But time was of the essence. Faced with the temptation of such soft and fragrant jade, Lin Yi could only fiercely pinch his thigh and forcefully protect the last shred of clarity in his mind. He laughed bitterly. "Little Chan, Sydney, we haven't finished our business yet, huh?" Tian Chan and Sydney glanced at each other, their faces instantly turning even redder. They both thought that this was the end. The two of you have just broken through to the great circle of foundation establishment. The true qi in your bodies is at its most active. If you try to break through to the golden core stage, with me guiding your true qi from the side, the chances of success are still very high. As Linny spoke, he took out the remaining 2 golden cores, as well as the star ink stone. Strictly speaking, the star ink stone was the same as elixirs. It was a consumable item. After all, the power of the stars and the power of the ocean within it was limited. Once it was all used up, it would be useless. As for the star ink stone in Lin Yi's hand, when he broke through, he had only used up half of the power of the stars and the power of the ocean to successfully condense the 10,000 gold core. Now, there was still half left, and it was just right to be used on the two women, Tian Chan and Sydney. Lin Yi knew that he wouldn't stay on Middle Island for long. Once he left, if the two women were still at the great circle of foundation establishment, even with the help of people like the Will of Heaven, he still wouldn't be at ease. But if the two women could become the strongest golden core stage experts like himself, then there was nothing to worry about. Directly break through to the golden core stage? When Tian Chan and Sydney heard this, they jumped in fright. They immediately looked at each other, even throwing the awkwardness of being honest with Lin Yi to the back of their minds. Before this, they were still only early-stage foundation establishment experts. Even the peak of the early-stage foundation establishment was just a dream. Now, not even half a day had passed, and they were actually preparing to break through to the golden core stage. If word of this got out, they would definitely be regarded as crazy people with wild fantasies. That's right. With this half of the star ink stone, once you succeed, it will be a perfect breakthrough. You will become golden core experts with the strongest potential. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Yi nodded. Golden core experts with the strongest potential? When Tian Chan and Sydney heard this, their eyes lit up. Although the two of them weren't battle-hungry people with their previous tragic experiences, they knew that in this cultivation world where the weak were prey to the strong, strength was the true foundation. Naturally, the stronger the better. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two women reacted for a moment, then agreed in unison. Standing in their corner, they still felt that this matter was too outrageous. But they had long since developed a kind of blind trust in Lin Yi. No matter what Lin Yi told them to do, they wouldn't have any objections. After all, everything that Lin Yi did was for their own good and would never harm them. Novel Bus number 119, WW. XS84.